Okay. Should be good now.
How's the trade?
I don't really like any of these maps.
We've spotted an ancient...
You know what? Something I haven't done that I should be doing is applying for front page on like league starts. I missed it by like 1 day this time. Yeah, I didn't realize you. I thought, well, it used to not be this way, but they made like a partner Discord, and you just apply to be on the front page now.
Get chucked, Dimono stipend.
Hey, thanks for the two-tism. Who smackaroo. So, I should probably do that for next league. I wonder how often you can do it. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride? Was that you?
How's the trade? The job never ends.
Why is Data
Godslayer.
attacking me?
Stay vigilant.
Shit, dude, I used to listen to this song on repeat playing Maple Story. Yeah, I'm gonna play Maple Story Classic. Data dog. I gotta make like a real, a better channel in Discord for getting people to sign up for the Maple Story Classic Guild. So right now, a bunch of text is blocking it.
Hero, I'm not a treasure seeker by nature, but this one tempts even me. The logbook describes mountains of gold found in Val.
Oh shit, this is a crazy logbook.
Local, need your aid.
I mean, sometimes it says on the logbook that it contains a boss. Here's what you do, Hudson. You sell it, and then you give some subs to yourself, and it's like you just gave your money back to Amazon.
Long day. Stay vigilant.
Now he's saying like two hosts? Like the host from PoE? I don't even know if anybody remembers who host is.
Long day. The landmarks described in this logbook don't match.
I kind of miss old Beyond bosses. Thanks for the Prime Jix. Have the review ready for the, yeah, I'm ready. What's the review on the sniff water bottle? Yeah, I need to watch the Uber Dan video.
You're alive!
Yeah, I saw it. I didn't know he was a gamer with the capital G. I thought he was just some random YouTube video guy. I don't know, I haven't checked an Iceman video in a while. Who is the DD guy? It's dog shit? You don't like it? You kind of feel it in a remote way. Well, which one you try? Maybe different ones are better. You try the watermelon? Air up. Dude, your mouse pad is taking a fucking beating. How long have you had that, dude? It's a water bottle that you fill up with regular water, and then there's these scent pods, and when you drink it, it shoots the scent up your nose, and it makes your water taste like the scent, supposedly. But Knight says it sucks. Yeah, maybe try with regular water, 'cause sparkling water kind of has its own taste.
Godslayer. Got my eye on you.
Because some
You can
people
always tell a
have
black scythe log.
powerful taste
Full of
buds
martial details,
and
exquisite
know
descriptions
that
of
water
fire
alone
command,
doesn't taste very
strategic
good.
decisions, and Varana's
If you think water actually tastes good, that means you have weak taste buds.
Oi! Over here.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Yeah, the best water is the water that you don't taste. Like, the best water can be is, like, average. Like, just drinking blank. But a lot of the time you can taste some shitty minerals and stuff. Or plastic. I don't know. Water's like, okay. Tasting plastic kind of water. Bottled water. No, I think the only thing that's worse than like a wine snob is like water snobs.
I need more mana. When I'm ready, and not
Dude, drinking plain water is like dog behavior. Like, what are you, a dog? That's the only thing I know that drinks plain water. Gonna go slurp it out of a metal bowl on the ground too. Scared of a little sugar? We got kidneys for a reason, dude. Your pee ain't yellow, you ain't drinking right. You're wasting your kidneys, like it's literally just wasting them.
slip.
When you get old, your kidneys will forget how to function because you just gave them water. It was every water drinker throughout history has died, right? And there's 100% survival rate of someone who only drinks soda. And someone who's only drank soda has never died.
Hey,
Hey, that map's kind of huge. Listen, it's just a fact. Fishing, soda sponsorship would be sick. Dude, GamerSub should send me a fridge thing.
Aye.
Only 4 coins? Oh my god.
Not quite what I'm looking at. What's your bet?
How many chance do I have? 46.
What do you need? I really think you could. Suppose
I mean-
I'm feeling generous.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Carrick. The first person who's gonna live to 200 years old has already been born and they only drink soda.
I can't go. That's a yes from me. I think they're enough. That's a yes from me. You're pushing a bit. You caught me on a good. Shiny coins, aren't they? That's a yes from me. Let's have a pleasure doing business with you. Little bit not happy about it. Always a pleasure. Seems reasonable.
I don't see the appeal of saunas.
That's better. I shouldn't. Shiny coins, aren't they? Are you having a go at me? That's better. You're the best damned haggler I don't. I'll take it. Little bit on. It'll do. Ain't a win, but it'll do. Seems reasonable. That's a yes from me. Always a pleasure. Wash your back.
Or
Watch out for spider. Glad
wrong.
a bit more stock. It's your lucky day. A small etched rune could have a beneficial effect. Allow me to take a small etched rune could have a beneficial. This one. No need to wrap that up for you, I assume. Allow me to take a small etched rune could have a beneficial effect here. I recently allow me to take my. I like you, Exile.
Oh, that's pretty good.
One. This one's a bit.
54 life.
A few small runes in the right places could do wonders here. A small etch. You're an investor, I can tell. You've an eye. for
Pretty
the
good.
payoff.
Pretty good.
Interested?
I ripped at level 66 yesterday on my HC run Art Woo Ah Woo Bible Thump.
Rip. Thanks for 55-year resub, Zabi. What if you made coffee off like a bald guy's really hot head and then it drips off into your cup? I think that'd be pretty good.
Danig says I've got of a feeling that I like you, Exile. A small etched rune could have a beneficial effect here. I've a feeling that a few small runes in the right places could do wonders here. A small etched rune. Allow me to take my of a feeling that if I hammer on this thing's front end, I could knock some of its enchantments about a bit.
I don't know, it might be better actually. It's not bad.
A small etched something of a feeling that if I
Wait, am I 80? Oh no. Oh, it's
remains an
fine.
option. Something quite a small etched rune. Let's try to allow me to a few small runes in the right place. A carefully applied rune. We both win. I've always got more.
Hot like temperature, I don't know. I don't know if physical attraction is powerful enough for coffee.
It's your lucky day. Something, a small etched rune could have a beneficial effect here. Allow me to take a feeling that if I hammer on
Spell
this thing, a few
suppress.
small runes and allow me to a small etched rune. Could
It's
have
a
put it
poopy.
to earnest use. A small etched rune could one of my local of a feeling that if I hammer on this, I recently received of a feeling that if I a few small runes and a small. I like you, Exile. Oh, this one's a bit bang. Hope this helps. Of a feeling that if I like you, Exile.
What are these rolls, Rog? Come on, I just came back to the game. You're supposed to give me good stuff.
Etched rune could have a few small. Consider yourself supplied and equipped. It's your lucky day, Exile. There you go.
It's a Quantum Work Pro Force 9000 mid-back mesh chair.
You want the premium deals, I see. Well, this one's quite messy. I've an entire. I like you, Exile. A small etched rune could have a beneficial effect here. A few small runes in the right. One of my local cover feeling that if I hammer on this thing, you're an investor. I can. No need to wrap.
It was almost good.
Of a feeling that if I ever put a drop of black. One of my local contacts. I recently received. I've got some exotic oil that's about to go bad. A few small
Prism
runes in the
Weave.
right
Wait, I think that might be good.
It's your lucky day, Exile. A small etched rune could have a benefit. A few small runes. There you go.
It's something. Sydney Sweeney soap. Wait, what is? I heard something about it. Can you give me the rundown?
A bit more stock. A small etched. A carefully applied rune. There you go. It's your lucky day. I recently have a feeling that if I hammer on this thing's front end, allow me to take my one of my local contacts. Of a feeling that if I hammer on, it's your lucky day. Of a feeling that if I hammer on this thing's
Thanks,
front
dear.
end, I could knock some of its enchant. You're an investor. Consider yourself supplied and equipped.
Dude, so bathwater has hit mainstream now? Well, we gotta think of something new then. Mr. President, another bathwater has hit the mainstream.
Don't drink the water.
But I hate this game. Why do you do this to me? Every single time. Always did. It always does this shit to me. Gives you the fucking off color when you don't want it. When it's like a super low rate. Dr. Squatch, Sydney's bathwater bliss. What the fuck? Sydney's bathwater medium grit. Why is... a perfect combination of the two best places on the planet, the outdoors and Sydney Sweeney's bathtub. Experience the ultimate blend of outdoor serenity with refreshing notes of pine, Douglas, earthy moss, and a touch of Sydney's very own bathwater. Smells like morning wood, grit level medium, featuring Sydney's bathwater. What the? Did it act? What is this? Radiant, playful, and tempting, just like a Squatch man should be. What does that mean? I like how they have to give instructions on it, because I know the people that are buying it don't shower.
Hey.
Foundation? Yeah. It's pretty good other than the main character lady being a fucking bitch. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's... Okay, so is the 50-50 like... You like the storyline with the Emperor guys and not the other one, am I guessing right? Like, when it's the Emperor guys, it's pretty damn cool, and then when it's on the other bitches, you're like, alright, let's get it, let's move it on, dude. 'Cause that's how it was for me.
Yes, add some spice.
I mean, it's fine. I'll watch the next season of it whenever it comes out. But it's one of those shows when, you know, you have nothing else to watch. It's like, alright, good enough.
Not today.
Alright, Gamma, can you spawn a Spallin for me? Guess I have to hit red maps first. Dude, I know you can make this flame dash, thank you. Seven percent shock. Oh, there we go. I don't know why it was so low. Tyler Perry, I got goth homeboys pregnant. Oh, I got both my homeboys pregnant. Close enough. Yeah, the sphere is Hydrosphere MTX. Arcane Surge on Flame Dash or Curse? I don't know, I have it on my Curse right now. Dude, I bet what it is with George R. I bet the ending of the show was actually what he wrote, and then everybody hated it, so now he's like, alright, well, GG's.
that I have created for the upcoming 3.26 expansion. You will not find these anywhere, because these are some of the most exclusive builds of my League starter collection. The unique part about my builds is that you get the highest DPS and defense
Why doesn't he at least
by
give it
spending
a
very few currency items in Path of Exile.
New Zealish accent?
For example,
Come on, man.
this build right here costs less than 50 Chaos Orbs to farm T17 and Uber Pinnacle
Yeah,
content.
dude, fake
There is
fan.
literally nothing that I use in my configuration settings. This is on a 5-link setup, and the items I'm using is super uber cheap that anyone can play this on a League start without referring hours and hours of crafting guides. Now, you might be wondering, how is this possible? So in case if you don't know who I am, let me give you a revelation. My name is Dan, and I am one of the biggest build makers since Path of Exile's alpha launch. I am the one who introduced most of the meta builds, such as the first ES Lightning Strike Trickster, Lightning Arrow Deadeye, Explosive Arrow Ballista, Hex Blast Mines, and Ice Trap builds, which are still used to this day. For several years, my builds have been
I bet it's
self-promoted by popular.
It's probably the same guy who always makes these fucking AI videos. The guy who oh my god, dude. It's so over. Guys, it's so obvious it's AI. Dude, it's actually over. It's so over.
Popular Twitch streamers who give no credit to me. Occasionally, they mention one of my accounts so that everyone can extract the path of building from it. I think it's time that I share my ideas
Exile
directly to you
Mage
guys,
account is gone. Yeah,
because these
I bet it is that
streamers
guy.
have done a very bad job at explaining my builds. You have to understand, it's not an easy thing to make meta builds for farming T17 and Uber content with less than a Divine. I have worked really hard on shaping these builds so that you guys can realize how easy this game really is while enjoying it. So let me introduce to the most powerful lightning strike of all time. My build here is more than enough for you to farm some of the hardest content in the game. You unleash a shit ton of projectiles which return and smack the target, dealing both melee and projectile damage. This build is super cheap to set up really because
I'm
my
pretty sure
version is
Dropworks can do
extremely
it too.
unique from any other build out there. You just make sure to follow my guide and read everything that I have written in the notes section of my POB. Lightning Strike is really fast. I mean, you move fast while clearing everything in your way, and you also get to annihilate single target monsters with returning projectiles and melee splash damage. It's quite easy to set up once you get a basic idea about how the build works. The only downside is the fact that you can't level directly with a Lightning Strike, as this requires a couple of things like a lot of projectiles, some pierce, and melee splash effect,
What was that,
which you get
dude?
along the way. After the fact that you can't level directly with a Lightning Strike, as this requires a couple of things like a lot of projectiles, some pierce, and
What is that?
melee splash effect, which you get along the way after level 68. Don't worry, I'll have everything step by step in the notes section.
There's no link
once
to it
I
in the
finish working on
description.
the final POB. The build is basically an energy blade build, which means you stack a ton of ES to boost your main hand damage. So you only need to use a one-handed sword, which is a good base. The unique amulet is quite important here, because Global Defenses also scales your energy shield. You can simply craft these jewels with Orb of Alterations until you hit these mods. Once you finish Act 3, your first ascendancy is one step ahead, followed by Escape Artist and Soul Drinker. It's quite good to take as many masteries as you can, since your final ascendancy point gives you 3% more damage for each of them. Remember, a more multiplier is much impactful than increased damage. So you basically stack as much ES and intelligence on this build, and that's it. You don't have to scale crit chance while you grab precise technique. You might want to grab this keystone as early as you can and then get some accuracy as well. The skills are straightforward and as early as possible. Here I'm using Flicker Strike. I'll give you a couple of options that you can use for leveling, but Flicker
Yeah, that's
Strike
probably the
requires
best
you to
build
generate
ever.
tons of frenzy charges as fast as possible. In this case, we get as much crit chance as possible, and then we use a Terminus Est after level 51. It's super fast, but it's clunky fast. Some of you guys may not like this playstyle, especially if you have certain health issues.
high one. Path in Exile.
Here for a deal. Don't drink the water.
Dude, I do have a regal. Okay, here we go. Watch this crazy. Ooh, actually good. Yeah, IBS people cannot play Flicker Strike. It's well known. If you have IBS, no Flicker Strike. Hey. I didn't get my drink.
You there, local. Come gambling with our lives? Haha.
What's that? What IBS C and D? What is that? IBS common, IBS dookie? Constipation versus diarrhea. Oh. No, I prefer diarrhea over constipation, to be honest. Diarrhea doesn't hurt, usually. I mean, yeah, that burns, but you don't shit out stomach acid from IBS, as far as I know. Maybe if you have it like some ultra bad. I don't know, I don't know, I don't think IBS makes you shit out stomach acid. That's only when you have like food poisoning or whatever and it burns your butthole. Dude, whenever I think about butthole burning diarrhea, I just think of, some gauntlet. I don't remember which gauntlet it was, but I had food poisoning and I was still streaming like 24 hours and every 10 minutes I was getting up to go squirt some juice in the toilet.
Godslay.
Got my eye on you.
What do you mean, Data? This is what you show up for.
Glad to see.
Never want food poisoning ever again. Yeah, after that, I'm like, I don't know. I don't fuck around with. I mean, okay, well, technically it wasn't me in the first place, but I don't fuck around with meat. If it looks a little off, if it smells a little off, it's gone. Try eating a bunch of bacon wrapped scallops when you're allergic to scallops air conditioning. So is that like you're allergic to scallops and air conditioning, or so it's like a double whammy? Oh, I don't see the emote. It's like a cat emote. I don't know, that was crazy, dude. Everybody in the house had gotten food poisoning. I was shitting every 5 minutes, roommate was shitting every 5 minutes, the dog was shitting every 5 minutes because the dog got some of the chicken. Now it's still Gauntlet Gaming, dude. That's what it takes. That was when I was actually, like, not washed up. Yeah, I think I've only had food poisoning, like, 2 times or something. I only remember one.
Hurry, there are monsters about.
Yeah, dog was fucking screaming, filling the crate with poo-poo. It was sick. Nice one, Josh.
I wonder what you'll unearth.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's new skills.
Stay safe.
Lose an eye or get bed bugs for life. I don't know, I've never had bed bugs, so I don't know how bad they are, but I mean, I feel like losing one eye is really not that bad. I'd be more concerned about the aesthetics of losing an eye than not seeing out of one.
That's the trick.
I mean, I guess an eye patch kinda sick, actually.
Job never ends.
Holy, it actually didn't break. That's world first. Yeah, but I don't need depth perception for gaming. I don't think you understand how little I do anything that's not looking at a computer screen.
When I'm ready and not before.
Holy, that'd be sick. You get a sponsor and you put their logo on your eye patch. Are you allowed to drive legally if you only have one eyeball? If yes, then it's not that bad. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what do you really need depth perception for in life? I don't know. I don't think it would be that bad at all. Just take a little getting used to.
Hurry, there are monsters about.
Nah, if you need depth perception for driving, that means you're driving wrong.
You sure about that placement?
So I'm thinking about it. I never use depth perception while driving, pretty much.
Safe, safe.
325, 3. What is that? I mean, it's like my goal when driving is to be as far from other cars as possible. The only time you need depth perception is if like you're like some fucking asshole tailgater fucker face. Like you almost never need depth perception. Yeah, parking you need a little bit more, but a lot of parking is on digital screens now anyways, so yeah, at least if you back in. If you back in, it's on a digital screen. You just look at the screen. Oh, supporter pack stuff.
When I'm ready and not before.
Yeah, I think it'd be fine. No, it'd suck though if you choose the deal to lose your eye and then you get bed bugs by some other chance anyways. I win? Holy shit, dude.
Godslayer.
Stormfire.
Got my eye on you.
What the fuck do delirium things do in this game? I can't even remember what they are. Wait, does delirium even? I don't think delirium even gives anything. Like, oh, cluster jewels. Right. I don't know what. They need to change the name of instilled emotions in PvP. It's just like not a good name. Doesn't roll off the tongue.
You're alive. I hope you know what you're doing. Seems risky.
I think they use all different internal names anyways. Yeah, that guy looks sick. What? Shit. Oh, good thing I just used a portal. I don't know, the cosplay planet. I usually don't decide until like after the league's already revealed.
How's the trail? Stay vigilant.
Turnado. Yeah, damage is better than I thought it was gonna be. It's just YouTube radio.
You sure about that placement?
Dude, Plankton AI goes hard, dude. It really does. Did I click something stupid? No? Why aren't you guys taking damage? People actually like blister its heels and prodding at them until they burst. Sometimes it depends where it is. For me. A new LP in the style of Led Zeppelin 2? Do you mean like Linkin Park, or do you mean like limited production, or whatever the mini album LP is called, or whatever? Long play, that's what it means? I don't know, I've only seen it a few times. Something called LP.
This key glows.
Holy shit, can I get a weapon upgrade?
Got my eye on you.
Spell block not too bad. Yeah, I'd guess extended play is longer. I mean, it's an hour away now. You can take a snooze and wake back up.
Come on now. You don't got all day. Risky choice.
Come on, fellas.
For the Helga!
Thanks for the prime Hoxel. I've seen some of those. I don't remember them at all.
When I'm ready, I'm not.
I don't know. not a huge horror movie thing. Alien vs. Predator 3. Chris Farley strikes back. What do you mean, you don't like Alien vs. Predator?
Too much clutter.
Mine.
Ooh, those gloves are huge. You couldn't see them yet, but trust me, they're huge.
The job never ends.
Look at those, dude. Holy shit. Hey, thanks for the prime, little frog. Come on, do not waste my fusings. I need these. Oh my god, I have so much fire res. %40 suppression. That's crazy. Yeah, the Ludio stuff is pretty cool, actually. I was pretty impressed. I have so much fire res. Guys, hot. Oh my. Guys, it's actually, society is over, dude. I don't know if people, and these are internet dwellers too. Like people who actually are on the internet, not just old people. How do people not know that's an AI video? And not Uber Dan. It's actually over. Society is going to fall within 3 months. Dan's had a YouTube account for a while anyways. I think you're fake, Cuglor. You're an alien. You still haven't beaten the alien accusations. Five minutes? Shit. And this song sucks.
Taking on some serious danger, I see.
I mean, could be worse, I guess. Hint of country. No way. And that guy's huge. See, can I kill the boss? She kinda owns. I don't know how good this is gonna go. Not good.
God slay.
Dude, what am I gonna do for 15 minutes?
Job never ends.
Actually entertain chat? No, I don't think so. I could definitely get rid of Alira now. I don't know, I've never played Neo. The law finally caught up. Every AAA is in trouble. It probably in Europe or something. I think it's been like that.
So in short, no obfuscation bullshit, no weird tactics. And worst of all for these companies, this will have them bloody well shaking. You have to have a refund policy, both for the coins and the horse. And none of this would be pitched as a limited time event where you have got to get the thing right now. So that's an example then of how these policies should be applied, and each is indeed a massive win for consumers. But that would not matter if this amounted to nothing. You could look at all this and think, right, so some Swedish horse game has got a slap on the wrist. No, it's more than that. This
It's from a Swedish horse game.
seems to have backbone.
Because they're restarting the server right now. Here, let me show you. It's either they're restarting the server and time stops when they do that. It's the wrong one.
More than almost anything we talk.
I hate YouTube titles. The law has finally caught up. Every AAA is in trouble. This judge was ruthless. Now gaming will change.
Talk about on the channel. Today's story is actually going to tangibly impact you. So,
Okay, let's hear it.
been a battle
I bet it won't.
raging at the highest levels of the games industry. It's massive, it's between Apple, it's between Epic, and it's around the principle of fairness. And the big news today is that Apple just lost. But they didn't lose because Epic Games outmaneuvered them or any kind of insane gigabrain play from Tim Sweeney. No, they lost because, in the words of the judge presiding over this decision, Apple leadership, quote, outright lied under oath, and in deciding not to comply with legal injunctions, Tim Cook, quote, chose poorly. It's an ominous thing for a judge to be saying to you. This, though, is a dramatic case. It has impacts that will reverberate across the entire games industry, and honestly, far wider than that, meaning it truly will impact everyone who watches this video. Here's how all this started. So, Tim Sweeney is a man on a mission, and it's a mission that's cost him and his company more than $1 billion over the last 5 years. It's fair to say that he's pretty committed. Now, 5 years ago is when he decided that Apple and Google's exclusive storefronts on their mobile platforms were in fact unreasonable monopolies. In his opinion, essentially, he says that they don't earn their 30% fee, rather they impose it, and that because of that, they're restricting how developers could make money and what sort of deals that they could actually offer to consumers. So what he decided to do was force their hand. So he started something called Project Liberty, and here's how it worked. Fortnite suddenly got an option where users could buy currency directly from Epic. Right? Directly, not through your Apple payment or Google payment thing. That, of course, meant that Apple and Google immediately booted Fortnite because it did break their store policies. And this is exactly what Tim Sweeney actually wanted. He wanted his game to be kicked off. And we pretty much know that because Epic immediately filed lawsuits that they had been preparing, and these were designed to force the stores to change those policies. Now, in the case of Google, it actually went so much better than any of us could have expected. Evidence actually emerged that certain developers like Activision had been paid not to rock the boat, and that they deleted documents and were broadly proven to have acted unfairly. They lost on all counts as determined by a jury. The platform was opened up to new stores, and Google have appealed. It was a complete win for Epic, but their fight against Apple is an entirely different story. Things have begun to look quite bad for Epic. You see, the outcome of that initial trial, the original one, was an almost complete defeat for Epic Games. They basically could not prove being the emphasis word there, that any kind of monopoly or unfair action was going on. But there was one exception. An injunction was placed against Apple, and this was to end anti-steering provisions.
But doesn't affect me. I don't play mobile games. Well, I do, but not on my phone. Yeah, it's too many words, dude. Hey, the server never shut down. I'm just a gamer, I guess. I don't know. Connected to the streamer server. Sorry, it's kind of loud. Did they forget to restart the servers or something? What happened? Are they not restarting? Yeah, they're waiting for me to go into a map. Let's see, watch. Oh wait, there's actually a boss in here, fuck. They've got a drop bear in the server. Gotta rip it out. Oh, there it is. Play that song if you give me $10. Let's do this. 3 free locations. This is definitely in Europe. What? Is there music playing on this? Last Platz. What language is that? Oh, wait. Vandarham. No, it's not Italy. It's one of the Nordic countries for sure. Let me see more text. Motor Fordones. Oh, that kind of. Oh, get me out of here. A map! Wait. Okay, that is throwing me off. What the fuck is that, dude? What is that? Rolls bus. I don't know. I'll go for it. I don't know. Boom. Okay, okay. What the fuck was that flag, dude? That threw me off big time. Police. Lady, this is okay. Hey, wait. Deloitte. Auckland. What? Oh, close enough. I guess I could have looked around a little more, but dude, Brazil's a big place. They name their streets by the months? Yeah, they've only got 12 streets. This probably has a date on it. I mean, a place. Maybe not. Jorge Washington. Dude, this is a really high resolution Google car. This might be the highest resolution I've seen. This is very high quality. Oh. Shit, where is it? Shit! I don't know. We'll go here. Holy shit, it's not even Brazil. It's not even fucking Brazil, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, I didn't read the language. I just saw something. I just saw like a big sign. There was a big sign that said Brazil, dude. I didn't even read any more words other than I was just looking for places. What was the name for that graph game? Maybe I'll just look up graph GeoGuessr. Graphtastic? I'm pretty sure that's not it. No, what is that? That's a website designer in India. Nice one, go. That's it. Dude, It should be illegal to make sites in non-dark mode. Is Semantle the one where it's like guessing word? No, that's, is that Pimental? Okay, what is this graph? Alright, so it's number of animated films by Studio Ghibli annually. Okay, this is way too many, I think. Number of Grammy Awards won by Beyonce annually. Maybe. Pixar Animation Studio Academy Award wins by year. Maybe. Nobel Prize winners in the US per year. Number of space missions launched by NASA annually. I have no fucking idea, dude. This one's... I don't even know, dude. Boom. Samantha, you guess words and they're gonna... Yeah, I think... let me see. Semantle. Oh, I think I've played this. It's like a... I think it's the same thing. It's the same thing as Pimantle, except Pimantle's cooler. Like, this is wait, Semantle. Wait, Pimantle. So, they're both Semantle. Pimantle is Semantle? Oh, shit. I didn't know Pimantle was Semantle. Goose. Hey, that's a pretty good guess. Actually, no, it's not. Gerber. Goon is close. Goon is close. Ish. Gooning. Oh, Edge is really close. Edging is very close. Edging.
Like the green part?
What is that? Oh. Thanks.
Welcome.
It's meaning. Days off started. Ooh, that's rough. Didn't line up with Pee League. Rock. Sharp edging. Pushing. Nope. Cussing. Sharp, okay. Sharper pushing, sharp edging, edge. Point, pointing. Stabbing. Knife. Sawing. Tools. Oh. Sawing edge, edging sharp. You gotta guess what word this is. Server up, fuck this. I already closed it, it's too late. I know you're not right though. Don't worry, I know you're wrong. This fucking game, it's oh my god, dude. The game, holy shit, what did they do to this game? Now this game doesn't go on the right monitor. Oh my god, it's fucking literally everything up, dude. What the fuck? Wait, I can see my cursor on OBS but not in the game. Literally, what did they do?
Garbage.
That's what I'm saying. Thanks.
Late, but you're welcome.
It always resets the default device to that one. That's crazy, Cheddar, but I don't know how that helps when it puts it in between two monitors. It was like offset between two monitors. Lime Haritos. I do have 3 monitors. It's definitely better than your capsule water. Are what all the same size Haritos? Yeah, I've only seen them in one size. Oh, the monitors. No. Dude, I'm wasting all my League Star Corruption RNG. Why are Rammstein songs, the lyrics are always like a preschooler's book? It's like a book for 5-year-olds. Cat and dog, woman and man. It's not even Rammstein, but you know what? It's close enough. I mean, I think I mean, you know, no, it's close enough. I'm pretty sure that's the Rammstein guy. I'm pretty sure it is the Rammstein guy. Yeah, okay.
I need more mana.
Dude, every song he makes, he's like singing the ABCs, I swear to God.
When I'm ready, I'm not
I mean, I guess it's fine. I guess I did say that lyrics don't matter. Is he saying he eats cats and dogs? Am I picking this up right? This guy has a logbook for sure. Holy shit. Where is it? What was the Pimantle word? Tumble? Ow, dude, that doesn't make sense.
too much clutter.
I mean, I guess edging and whatever was like still 200 away. True, you can tumble off an edge. Melee needs a nerf. Yeah, I agree. And Detonate Dead needs a buff. Crazy. What are you playing? Oh, the bingo card takes 2 minutes to make, so I'm waiting.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Hug's a daily gamer. Come on, Cassie, I need an oil. Actually, hold on, I'm gonna do this and then I'll go kill the boss with it. Genius. Why did they make it so up here? The true DD vision, D2 DD. Surprised you don't play PD2 Cuglor. Fair, fair.
long day. Job never ends.
Oh. Right. Dude, I'm actually getting lucky on Vols. That means it's gonna be shit on League Start. The capsule's picking up more. You swap to normal water. Let's say 10 is like a normal drink taste, like a normal soda or whatever. And then compare that to what you're getting on a scale of like 1 to 10. Do you want to already get into a PoE2 pleb? Maybe, you know, if you've got PoE2 down, then you can play PoE1 fine. You just have to learn the new stuff. At 3... Your ex-roommate is in town and he has ESL swag for you. Like, yeah, like bad English speakers?
Sure about that placement?
Or like the esports thing.
Seems risky. Monsters lie in wait there.
T-shirts with bad English. That's a good question, Oscar. Why am I getting damaged already, dude? He's not even started. Holy scam. Yeah, go look up Uber Dan on YouTube. Check it out.
Godsled,
Yeah, dude, they didn't even make it a New Zealand voice. Scamming tuition money to buy Bitcoin. Yeah, I didn't actually look at the comments on the video. Is it good? I didn't actually look at the comments. Dan finally communicating directly with the build maker. Welcome, brother. What does that even mean? I've been following your builds for a long time now. It's hard to follow and gather them through other content creators, so I'm very happy you promote them yourself this time. I've been playing your build since high school. I've wondered how you get your ideas from. Now I'm glad you are promoting on YouTube and helping the community directly. This is the best starter video I have ever seen. Please keep working like that, and thanks for your invaluable effort. Holy shit. They're literally... They all think it's real. It's actually over, dude. There's not a single person here that doesn't realize it's fake. Other than Fubgun. Okay, this one probably knows. He makes the best builds, my man Dan. You can even upgrade his Flicker Strike build quite easily. For 20 div, I was able to reach 500 million DPS. In the cherry on top, I asked Dan to be the godfather of my newborn, and he agreed. He flew 8,000 miles, stayed over the weekend, and also gifted us a new car. Love the video, subscribed. You'll be posting guides in this channel. I don't get, like, what the fuck, like, comments like this, like, what the fuck do you think, man? No, he's gonna upload it on SoundCloud. Finally, I can connect the voice to Dan the Legend. I think it's time for me to try your Molten Strike Juggernaut. It's actually over, dude. I'm not surprised Lily did a bad job at explaining your build. She's so hard to watch. Dude, it's actually over, dude. I don't know how people can think this is real. It's actually over. Humanity is coming to an end. Yeah, I don't even remember what that was tonight, but I remember that. Dude, it's gotta be a,
That's gonna wake the
It's gonna be a rough time. Gotta be a rough time for like artists, dude. You upload something and you're always gonna have someone calling it AI. And then there'll be actual AI uploaders, and then like people will think it's real. Balance patch for artists. Not switching builds. Yeah, I need AI to come for video editing so I can make it edit my PoE videos. But I don't think it'll ever be able to do PoE, because if that means somebody has to train it on PoE, and nobody's ever gonna fucking do that, because it would just be easier to just do it whatever you want anyways. Need AI to print you money? I mean, it's really easy. You just gotta do it. Just go make some dog shit PoE AI videos. It's really just that easy, dude. Just videos in general, actually.
That's the trail.
Ooh, nice belt.
Got my eye on you.
Let's deal.
No chaos res though. No, PoE AI videos are, I mean, not like 100% AI, but definitely money there. Okay, let's see. Honestly, I think like any niche kind of video game is just a ultra gold mine. Does PoE stream on YouTube? I don't know. Well. Okay, hold on. Pause. Yeah, well, let me pee first. I'll be right back. I'll play ads, so no ads start in the middle of the thing. Okay. Ready for the bingo speedrun? Yeah, you'll get drops here. Holy shit, my eyes. Bingo speedrun, bingo speedrun. Bingo, speedrun. Okay, can I do it? Can I do it? Trickster nerf. Ephemeral edge nerf. Melee buff. Lightning strike nerf. Yeah. No Chris. King's March core. Caster buff. New boss. Map mapping mechanic, blaster mapping mechanic. I feel like new uniques is free, but you know, new skills. Awakened Mirror of... No, I don't think there's no way that happens. Settler is already confirmed core. When? Ooh, assassin rework. New endgame. Influence thing. A WASD. They already rearranged affix tiers to, they already rearranged them in PoE 1, in PoE 2 to match PoE 1. Oh, T17 rework. Delve rework. Oh, Xana. Then oh, Sanctum nerf. Jug nerf. Alteration orb QOL, please God. Dude, I mean there might actually be alt orb QOL because they did the chance orb in the they did the chance orb thing in the crafting bench. Elementalist buff. New currency. Think complex mechanic. Oh shit, I've got 1 minute. Minion buffs. And recomb gone. There we go. $326 bingle. Alright, I'll upload this and I always forget to keep track. And here, I'll post in chat, feel free to do it. Cause I forget. Okay. I mean, I usually go back at the end and check them off or whatever. Alright, here we go.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games, and today we're here to showcase a new expansion for PoE 1. It's certainly been too long since we had one of these. Now, we had some struggles as a studio for a little while there, but we've got our shit together and we're back in action now. Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas is coming out 1 week from now on the 13th of June, and we're committing right now to a 4-month cycle for both PoE 1 and 2. That means the next PoE 2 League will be in August, and the next PoE 1 League after that will be in October. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Skull of Undeath helmet skin by following the instructions below.
Surely they
This
keep the
Skull of Undeath
2 month
show your total number of
schedule.
kills, deaths, and your KDR.
Oh, there's a
Just
red
because
one
Path of Exile isn't
too.
a first-person shooter,
Dude, this is
doesn't mean
probably the
this isn't
best drop
important.
they've ever done.
Proudly or shamefully, link it to your friends or in global chat to show it off. And with that, let's get to why you're here. Secrets of the Atlas.
You can search 1,000 worlds and still never truly discover who you are. Trust me. I should know. But now, I seek
Homage.
something more tangible. Someone I care for, trapped within the Atlas. Reliving memories, made real.
What have you done?
Wait, Xana's
Made
dad has red
grotesque.
hair too? What the?
Made foul. These manifestations must be destroyed. Their threads must be eradicated.
Bossing League?
I must have answers.
Holy compression, dude.
We must find the originator. We must save my sister.
New ending and a new pinnacle boss. Dude, he's got the Nekusi. No! No! Wait, what is that? What was that, dude? That looks sick.
You're either a client or a target.
Mercenaries.
Target inside.
Job's done.
Holy.
Your sanity is not promised to you here.
Hi, I'm Mark
That
Roberts,
looked pretty good.
Game Director on Path of Exile. As you just saw from the trailer, there's a lot to show you. Today, we will take you on a deep dive into the new Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas endgame update. Then, we'll explore the new Challenge League, the Mercenaries of Trathus.
I am moist.
After that, we'll cover the integration of gold into PoE 1 and how we're bringing Settlers of Kalgur into the core game. Finally, we have a much-awaited upgrade to Betrayal League and a set of quality of life improvements. Then, we'll wrap up by discussing our boss kill race event, showing you our new supporter packs, and ending with a live Q&A
shit.
session, where Ziggy D will ask Jonathan and I your questions from Twitch chat. In Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas, strange rifts have begun to appear across the Atlas. Xana has returned and appears to be trapped within. Partway through the endgame, you will meet Egan, an intelligent man of mysterious heritage. These tears in reality he has discovered are actually threads of memory, distorted and made real by the Atlas. Egan is able to create a link to these memory threads
Hey, those
and
portals
open
are
portals
sick.
to them. Working with Egan, you must step through and find Xana, or whatever remains of her.
She's a baby. She's gomaged.
Okay, so that's the story background, but how does this expansion actually work? In the Secrets of the Atlas, the pursuit of Xana with Egon is a new storyline that is introduced in high-tier maps. Upon meeting Egan and discovering the tier, he will then transfer it to your map device and reveal this on your atlas, a thread of memories. In order to now access each map on the thread, you simply need to talk to Egan when you're ready, and he'll open the areas in sequence. These
The
areas
Juice
can be
Master
fully influenced
missions?
by your atlas tree, scarabs, fragments, and everything of the sort. As you work your way along the thread, you will discover that these maps have manifested dangerous threats, influenced by the memories of Xana herself. Monsters here are imbued with memory petals. Defeat them to absorb this power, which can be unleashed as a special ability during combat. Different maps on the thread have different abilities, and these abilities appear on an additional mini skill bar next to your regular skills. For example, Memory of Disbelief will cause all affected monsters to stop dropping equipment items, meaning they can now only drop more valuable items, like currency and maps. Memory of Panic will make all affected monsters revive immediately after death, which means you can get twice as much experience and drops from them.
Yeah, Sentinel
And
2.
Memory of Impatience will cause all surrounding enemies to give you their souls, temporarily increasing your power. As you progress further into the thread of memories, the maps can have more than one memory, and thus you can have more than one powerful ability.
Dude, this video is compressed to
As
crazy.
you gather memory petals, you can use these powers together. Each skill costs its own amount of memory petals. So using the examples above, you can first use Memory of Impatience to become way more powerful, then use Memory of Panic to prepare them to revive when they are slain, then use Memory of Disbelief to cause them to drop better, more valuable items.
Why is it like this, dude?
Finally, obliterate them all. The Memory of Panic will kick in, causing them to revive.
The only quality options
and
are
then wipe them out
720p
again,
and then
allowing you to get all the
2160p.
experience and enhanced
What
drops
the?
twice. There are many combinations of these powers, so you'll have to carefully consider how they best work together. That's not the only extra layer of content juicing these maps offer. As you defeat the boss of each map along the thread, you are presented with an altar. This altar will apply a modifier to all following maps in the thread, and these will stack as you go. So the deeper you delve into a
Copied
memory,
last
the
epoch,
more
GG.
mods you will have. This, combined with the special abilities, will allow for some of the most juice maps ever run in Path of Exile. Let's take a look at some of the altar mods. You are always
Rare
presented with two
monsters to be
choices and
possessed,
must pick one.
50%. Map crafts pleasure,
This
and no
mod,
cost.
for example, will cause some rare
Yo,
monsters
that's
to be
pretty
possessed
cracked.
by tormented spirits. Where this mod makes Kerak modifiers free to craft. Both of these apply to all subsequent maps in the thread. The final map in each thread is a true challenge, with all the altar mods applying to it and guarded by a powerful boss. Each of these bosses are familiar, but dreamlike, drawn from Zana's memories and warped by the Atlas into something very different and terrifying. In this map, you will fight the pinnacle boss, Cirrus. Fueled by Zana's affectionate memories of him, his enhanced abilities can prove to be a unique challenge. If you manage to defeat Cirrus, or one of the other warped memory bosses, they will drop a map fragment, which Egan can use to delve deeper into the memory tears.
Delve mentioned.
With these, you can access a set of 3 new pinnacle bosses.
Oh, 3!
In this arena, the Moment of Reverence, Zana is reliving a memory of her father, Valdo, giving a passionate speech in Oriath. The Atlas distorts this memory of her father as a powerful, influential man and manifests those emotions into a twisted nightmare, the incarnation of dread.
Yes, bullet hell, that's what I like to see.
Another memory created is the incarnation of neglect.
Yo,
and
what is that
the incarnation
shield
of fear.
throw skill he's using?
Good luck, Exiles. Of course, if you are
Is it just
brave
normal?
and strong enough to
They look
defeat them,
different.
each of these new pinnacle bosses have new unique items befitting them. If you slay the incarnation of fear, you might be lucky enough to find the Star Caller unique abyssal axe. We're gonna show this one because it's straight up badass. The Starcaller axe is a weapon that can harness the power of the stars themselves to deal immense damage. What makes it shine, however, is that on melee crit, it casts Starfall, a new skill. With the right build, you can carpet entire areas and wipe out screens of enemies as you rain down the elements upon them.
I'm ready, dude.
Another item you may find, and this one is my favorite, is the Wine of the Prophet unique flask. It consumes a lot of charges, but every time you use it, you draw a random divination card. This card appears above you and correlates to a powerful buff. If you draw the Escape card, you'll gain increased movement speed. Or maybe you'll draw the Doctor, which will cause you to gain the modifiers of slain rares you kill.
Yeah, that's sick.
Effectively, you can think of this unique as being many other uniques all in one.
That's pretty
sick.
sick.
There are many cards to draw, each with varying degrees of power to grant.
Pathfinder's
Okay,
back.
but let's get back to the Atlas. After defeating all 3 new pinnacle bosses, you'll be able to find new memory-influenced Tier 16 maps. These maps come with the previously mentioned special abilities and monsters infused with memory petals, but can also roll the same modifiers typically found on Tier 17 maps, making them far more rewarding. With all these new memory maps comes a new item mechanic. Items in these maps can drop with memory strands, and will have a random amount, up to 100. This does a
I'm
few
blocking
things. When you identify the item, it will increase the tiers of modifiers your item has. Generally speaking, the more memory strands, the better the item will be. On top of this, whenever you're crafting that item using currency orbs to replace or add modifiers, such as alterations, chaos, and so forth, it will consume some memory strands to make the crafted mods more powerful. The new pinnacle bosses also drop new crafting currencies, which can be used to manipulate the amount of memory strands on an item. The Orb of Remembrance will let you add memory strands to any normal equipment. So if you have your perfect base to craft on, and it doesn't already have memory strands, you can add some before crafting it. The Orb of Unraveling will consume all remaining memory strands on an item to randomly upgrade its mod tiers.
That's OB.
This orb's effectiveness is based on the number of memory strands it consumes. The Orb of Intention can be used on memory influence maps to reduce item drops, but improve the chance to find items with memory strands. In the process of adding these new currency items, we realized something was missing. The Shaper and the Elder did not have their own Exalted Orbs. This has now been rectified. Both bosses now have Exalted Orbs, which can add their influence to an item. Zana was there from the beginning, when the Shaper Pinnacle fight was first added. She helped defeat the Elder, and she was a critical part of the Conqueror's storyline. Now, with all 6 influence types having their own Exalted Orbs, the cycle is complete.
6 Elder Guardians.
It's almost as if we could now do some sort of new, epic, unique item to interact with them. In other news, there of course has to be Atlas passive tree support for this new endgame content.
Naturally.
Let's take a look at a few things we're adding. The Grasp the Past notable passive skill increases the chance for the amount of memory strands on items dropped in your memory influence maps to be lucky. This means it will roll the number of memory strands twice, keeping the highest value. By allocating traumatic experience, remembered kindness, or educated upbringing, you'll decrease the chance of finding memory threads that lead to specific bosses, meaning you'll have better chances at finding the memory threads you would like to run. This is especially useful if you want to target farm a specific boss because of its unique item drops. In sum, the secrets of the Atlas will have you questioning what is real as you attempt to free Zana from warped memories scattered throughout the Atlas. You'll fight new Guardian and Pinnacle bosses tormenting her, find crazy new Pinnacle uniques, combine and unleash memory petal-empowered skills, juice maps to new heights, and craft powerful new items. While we were showing all the juicy rewards from the new endgame system, you might have noticed that a lot of gold was dropping. Let's talk about that. Gold was introduced during the Settlers of Kalgur expansion. It funded the development and operations of King's March, along with various new features such as the currency exchange,
Recombinator nerfed,
the black market, and the passive respec system with Faustus. Those features offered by Faustus will be here to stay, along with some of the other services King's March has to offer. We'll get more into that later, but don't worry, King's March has already been completed. There will be no more town building. Like before, gold will be used for town services, but we're also adding a new way to use it in the upcoming League. It's time to talk about Mercenaries of Trathus. In this league, you will meet veterans who have travelled all the way from the lawless cities of Trathus. They're ready to offer their sinister services, but not for free. You will encounter these mercenaries as you journey through Rayclast, one in each area. They have their own personalities and come with different builds, skills, and items already equipped. After meeting them, as per the Trathan code, they will challenge you to a duel, a test of strength and conviction. Before beginning the duel, you will be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered. Here, you can see the gear they have equipped, the skills they employ, and any support effects augmenting those skills.
Dude, what is that? Wait, why is it 1, 2, 3? Did they import the PoE2 gem system?
Take one of their items, or exile them. If you choose to hire them, for a gold cost, they will accompany you as a skilled combatant to assist you in fighting monsters throughout Rayclast. Once you've decided, you can begin the duel. This is a great opportunity to test them, as you don't want to be out of pocket with a useless rookie. However, they're testing you too. They also don't want to be working for an amateur. So, what items might they be using? Generally speaking, mercenary gear is more powerful than what you'd normally find from defeating monsters, as they've been crafting their items too. They can also come equipped with unique items, those that would make sense for the skills they are using. There are even some new unique items that can only be obtained from defeating them. One such unique is Scornflux. These boots combine agility with the mastery of the arcane. While equipped, increases to cast speed from Arcane Surge also apply to movement speed,
Blech.
which is worth noting is now 20% inherently from Arcane Surge, up from 10.
Oh, okay.
They
maybe
also
not blech.
grant Arcane Surge when you use a movement skill. This allows for some speedy spellcasters. Sometimes you may meet particularly infamous Trathan mercenaries, bearing the name of their house. These mercenaries descend from the 4 major death trade families in Trathis. They are less common, but have far better items. And they are also the sole source of items with new, infamous modifiers, unseen before in Rayclast, such as these gloves, which convert all of your minions' fire damage to chaos damage.
Guys, you just did a
Or
backflip.
this helmet, which causes nearby enemies to take more physical damage as you gain more
Holy
fortification.
champ is back.
If you're not swayed by any of their equipped gear, however, you can always challenge them for the contents of their pockets. If you lose the duel, don't worry. You don't need to give them an item. You aren't bound to Trathan tradition like they are. However, you are bound to Rayclast tradition, so you'll just die.
Almost at me. Well, not really.
While playing in a party, each player can decide whether or not they want to participate in combat against the mercenary. For each player that opts in, the mercenary gets more difficult. But if they're defeated, each player has a 50% chance to get a random reward, which is usually currency items from the mercenary's pouch. Alternatively, party members that opt out of the fight can spectate and cheer you on. Or they might wish for your demise, so they can pick up that allocated divine waiting off screen.
Dead. Good.
Let's say you won the duel, like their items, and have decided to hire them. What combat skills do they bring to the table? Each mercenary has an archetype. Here, this mercenary is an Eruptor, which perfectly couples with my slower, more aura-focused Scion. This mercenary is highly aggressive, and will get a lot of benefit from the auras and buffs I provided.
Holy minion merc builds.
When I'm playing a more aggressive character myself though, I'll want a mercenary with a bit more resilience and utility. I've just run into a Striker, who can spawn with Vigilant Strike.
Oh,
and if you're lucky,
shit.
a very rare golden support that causes the Fortify granted by his Vigilant Strike to apply to me as well. He will also frequently use Enduring Cry, taunting enemies off of me,
This is gonna be
and
OP,
operating as a
dude.
tanky frontline while I blitz off damage from the back. Sometimes when you fight a mercenary, you may notice the skills they're using are different from normal. For example, this sniper is using a Trathan version of Siege Ballista. If you're lucky, you will be able to select it as your reward when challenging them.
Oh,
then defeat them,
shit.
and they'll drop the Trathan gem as promised. You can only have one mercenary accompanying you at a time, but up to 3 total in your service. The other 2 will wait patiently in town. Having varied options is useful, as there may be situations where you need specific backup, like a difficult boss fight.
Clutches of the damned.
Any of your mercenaries you have active, or in your reserves, can have their equipment replaced with items of your choosing. They don't level up, so you will want to be looking out for more skilled and more powerful mercenaries as you advance through the campaign and endgame. If your mercenary falls in combat, you will need to return to town and spend some gold on healing supplies to get them back
Dude,
on their
this is
feet.
gonna be so OP.
Then perhaps consider giving them some upgrades, if you think it's deserved. I just wanted to clarify,
Everybody gets their own Orbot.
mercenaries do not lose their equipment when defeated. If your merc buddy consistently fails you, you can just dismiss them and find a new, more resilient ally.
You walk your path, I'll walk mine.
Earlier, I mentioned you could exile mercenaries. If you keep running into a mercenary archetype and you think, man, this guy stinks, their gear is trash and they have no auras.
Yo, look at his
you
hat,
can then
dude.
choose
That's
to
drip.
exile them. If you
Yeah,
win the
look
duel,
at that. That
they'll
SST
be
is
forced to
different.
leave
You
with
see
their
that?
tail between their legs.
Yeah, I knew it was
And
a
you
new
won't
SST.
encounter
It's
that
like
archetype
leaving
again
some
for a
shit.
while. Now, alongside these new Trathan arrivals, we shouldn't forget about the recent Kalguran ones too. As we mentioned earlier, the Settlers update introduced gold-based respeccing of passive points. You can now do so by talking to a number of NPCs throughout Rayclast, starting with Bestil and Lionized
Nice.
Watch. Black market item gambling, previously just available in Kingsmarch, is now available in each town at the same NPC. This lets you buy randomly generated item bases for gold. Very useful if you're stuck for upgrades or searching for a specific unique. The currency exchange will be returning too. Starting from Lionized Watch in Act 6, you'll be able to find Faustus, who can help facilitate these trades. Now, after almost a year of building, Johan is finally satisfied with the upgrades made to the town, and now its services can be used to their full effect.
Oh no.
Kingsmarch is going core, but there will be no more town building. As you start running maps in the endgame, you'll start to find different ore veins, which Kalguran workers can mine for you. The shipping mechanic invites you to send these ores and crops to Karui and Kalguran ports, and they'll return rewards in kind. By sending shipments, you'll receive different items. But by sending to Karui ports, you will also receive tattoos, which can be used on your passive tree to change what stats they grant. The Kalguran ports will be sending back rune grafts, which is a new passive tree mechanic that replaces the runesmithing service previously offered by the town. These are similar to tattoos, but instead of replacing stat nodes, they replace a passive tree mastery node.
Okay, that's sick.
For example, Runegraft of the Bound reduces bonuses gained from boots, but increases bonuses gained from gloves. Runegraft of the River has a chance to recover your life to full if you reach low life. And the Runegraft of
Wait,
Time,
what? Was that a
which
cheat
has
death?
a chance
Can
for
they
your
stop,
cooldown skills
dude?
to instantly recover from their cooldown.
Can they stop that?
Which I will note, includes cooldowns on your triggers, just in case you wanted to trigger even more spells. There are many other rune grafts which cover a wide range of different builds and stats. Some are more common and others rarer. You can only use one of a given type at a time, but you can use them on any mastery on your passive tree, which can be particularly useful for off-class investment. Isla has continued to make modifications to the Recombinator. She has developed a new method of recombination that you may recognize from Path of Exile 2. For those unfamiliar, this method allows you to decide which modifiers on the two input items you want to try and merge
Okay,
together.
I'm fine with that.
And it
I'm
has a
fine with
success
that.
chance you can see.
Okay, I'm good. No
This
alt
method can
spamming.
result
I'm
in
fine.
the items being destroyed. However, it is a good option to use when trying to create items with fewer mods to use as crafting projects. Given the existing recombinating mechanic was very powerful for top-end crafting, we didn't want to remove it. We have kept it, and you can now choose to use it the old way or the new way.
No.
By
Oh,
letting
no.
Fate decide, it will combine the two
No.
items randomly. There is no risk of destroying either
No.
item, but it will be less predictable.
I hope it's just nerfed into fucking oblivion.
As Settlers
dude.
is now a core mechanic, we've also added Atlas passive tree support. For example, if you wanted to gather more Verisium ore, you
Please
could take
God.
this notable.
Please God, no
Each
alt
ore
spamming.
has a similar node. Refiner's Bargain converts items dropped by possessed monsters into thaumaturgic dust, sulfite into random ores, and life force into random crops. We've also added a set of Kalguran scarabs, so you can add more ore deposits, increase the rarity of monsters that guard ore deposits to at least magic, or gather smelted bars from ore you mark instead of ores. To sum it all up, Kingsmarch is now a thriving town where you can employ a swath of workers to collect resources, refine ores, craft items, and run maps for you. Send shipments of resources in exchange for tattoos and rune grafts, using those to modify your passive tree to an extent never seen before. Following on from that, we've also made a substantial rework to another important mechanic, Betrayal. As a refresher, and to explain to new players, let's briefly explain what betrayal is. Betrayal is a mechanic introduced in Act 9 and tells the story of Jun Ortoi and her investigation of the Immortal Syndicate. This is a mysterious group of exiles who can seemingly come back from death. You must help Jun to uncover their leader, the Syndicate Mastermind. The Immortal Syndicate is organized into 4 divisions: transportation, fortification, research, and intervention. As you encounter the Immortal Syndicate members, you'll gain intelligence for each of these divisions to discover the location of their leaders, tracking them to their safe houses. Defeating the division leaders at their safe houses will reward you with intelligence on the Syndicate Mastermind. In your journey to track down the Syndicate leader, you'll manipulate the members of the Immortal Syndicate to change divisions, form friendships and rivalries, and even banish them from the Syndicate for a time. Historically, after encountering and defeating the Syndicate Mastermind, the state of the Immortal Syndicate would reset, requiring you to start from the beginning of the investigation again. This has always been a difficult decision for players and can often feel bad. Do you fight the Mastermind for a chance at the special loot, or keep farming the safe houses that you've spent so long setting up? Well, in the Secrets of the Atlas expansion, we've split out the Mastermind to be completely separate from the core mechanic. The boss is now accessible through a new fragment that has a chance to drop from the safe house leaders at high levels. The Mastermind no longer resets the state of the Immortal Syndicate.
Okay.
You can now build your betrayal board to your liking, optimize it, do Mastermind fights, and reap the rewards without having to lose all your progress every time. The boss fight itself has also been improved, now with significantly fewer immunity phases and new rewards.
Yeah.
By the way, if you're a new player to Path of Exile 1, don't worry about all this detail. This content is optional, and you can discover and engage with it at your own pace. The Mastermind still has a chance to drop a Veiled Orb, now renamed to Veiled Exalted Orb. Veiled Chaos Orbs are being re-added to other safe house leaders. In addition, the Mastermind now drops the new All Flame Embers. All Flame Embers are map fragments that replace monster packs in in-game maps with different types of special monsters. These packs have unusual properties, compositions, or rewards. For example, you might use the All Flame Ember of Kulamak, which replaces packs with Syndicate monsters and their leaders, who revive after the map boss has been slain. This might at first sound annoying due to backtracking, but these monsters when revived are far more intense and rewarding.
This sounds like death.
It is our intention with All Flames to provide many different types that combine with other mechanics, multiplying with your existing modifiers in new and interesting ways. Another good example of this is the All Flame Ember of Propagation. When slain, special rare monsters added by this All Flame here will spread their modifiers to other rare monsters in the map. This can be useful when trying to create singular, very powerful, and very rewarding monsters.
That's the juicing strat right there. That is the juicing strat.
Sacks, which are making a reinvented comeback with this update too.
That's the juicing strat, dude.
Another is the All Flame Ember of Resplendence, which adds monsters that drop no items. But when you slay them, you get buff stacks of increased quantity and rarity to enhance the drops of all other monsters. All Flame Embers can be placed in your map device like scarabs, and used in conjunction with scarabs to
their
further
limit's not
customize your
even
maps.
one?
We're looking forward to seeing which combinations players find to enhance their maps. Perhaps you'll use all scarabs, all flames, or maybe mix and match. It's up to you.
That's gonna be crazy.
The Mastermind's unique items have also been improved. The veiled modifiers generated on these items are now from a custom pool exclusive to those uniques. Bitter Bind Point, for example,
Minion buffs.
can now have various Spectre-specific outcomes, such as +1 additional Spectre. Aside from improved rewards from the Mastermind, all the safe house rewards have also been rebalanced.
Okay, that's
We've done a pass
interesting.
on the crafting sprees at the end of many safe houses. For those who aren't aware how these crafting sprees work, well, it's simple. There's a crafting bench with an item in it and a bunch of currency. There's a limited amount of time, and your only objective is to craft the best item possible before the time ends. One of the problems that the crafting sprees have is that they often require you to have specific items on hand in order to best maximize your result. But how are you supposed to know that beforehand? In order to solve this,
it's a betrayal
most of the
league,
crafting
boys.
sprees now offer pre-generated items. This has also allowed us to add much more powerful crafting options in each spree. Let's take a look at a few examples. In this spree, a randomly generated amulet or ring will be waiting for you.
What?
Test your crafting skill or luck with this
Is that just a
reflecting mist
mirror
crafting
thing in
spree,
there?
and see if you can create something worthy of Kalandra's praise.
It's
And in this spree,
betrayal
you will find
league.
a pre-generated unique item and a new kind of orb that resembles a Val orb, but not quite the same. Normally, you can only corrupt an item once, but uniques in this spree can be corrupted and re-corrupted as many times as there are orbs. This orb also allows you to get 2 corrupted implicits and has a much lower chance to brick the item. It can be a very useful tool for seeking specific corrupted implicit outcomes. Of course, if you push your luck, you can still ruin the item. There are also crafting sprees where you still need to provide an item, but those items are generally more accessible and it occurs less frequently. This one allows you to bring your own normal rarity item, then just go ballistic with a whole ton of scouring orbs and orbs of chance, hoping to get your ideal unique. For most sprees, the rank of the syndicate member increases the amount of currency provided, the quality of the pre-generated items, and the time allowed
Oh wait,
to
they're
craft your
pre-generated? You don't put your own
Aside
in?
from the crafting sprees, there are other new options too. If you love gambling for currency, how about you try opening Varici's Emperor's Luck chests? These work just like the Emperor's Luck divination card and provide full stacks of currency. If you're lucky enough, unlike me, you could end up with a whole lot of divines. Betrayal is a good source of veiled items. Veiled items have some important quality of life improvements in this expansion too. All of the crafting bench options normally granted by unveiling items are instead now moved to the core game, so you don't need to run Betrayal to unlock them. They are instead found at the entrances to boss rooms and in-game maps. On top of that, you no longer need to speak to Jun to unveil items. You can just right-click them, or the equivalent on gamepad, and select which veiled modifier you want to unveil. Overall, Betrayal is now much more streamlined and more rewarding. Happy interrogations.
Shut up!
Now before we get into our quality of life additions, let's quickly talk about some character balance. We will be doing our regular character balance changes where we are bringing outliers in line to help evolve the meta, but we are also focusing our attention on buffing some specific things. This includes spellcasting supports that specifically enhance self-casting builds.
Wait, that was crazy.
Adding new options to the Guardian, Berserker, Elementalist,
Random shrine
Saboteur,
buff?
and Champion Ascendancy classes, which include some favorites from some of the alternate classes from Legacy of
what does
Freesia,
that do?
and buffing a whole bunch of transfigured gems that never really hit the mark. Combined with the new
Wait, was that a Blade Blast unloading buff?
crafting options, rune graphs for your
Oh,
passive tree,
shit.
new pinnacle unique items, new modifiers and Trathan gems from the mercenaries, and of course the mercenaries themselves to act as an extension to your character, it's safe to say there's a lot of new character options and builds to think about. Instead of delving into all of these in more detail, we figured we'd just let you absorb them through the patch notes so you can do it at your own pace. In the Secrets of the Atlas expansion, we've also added a lot of the quality of life features that we know you've all been asking for. A lot of these have already been posted, but let's take a look now in case you missed any. You can now pause the game at any time by pressing escape to open the menu, or by opening any full screen interface, like the passive tree. You'll also be paused if any lag is detected or if you disconnect. It's worth noting that in certain Pinnacle arenas, a debuff will be applied to you that prevents you from pausing. We're also making a change to how you use currency items on strongboxes and monsters imprisoned in essences. Based on the currency in your inventory and the state of the strongbox, these buttons will appear. Valuable currency like divine orbs have been excluded from this as it would often be wasteful to use in this context. The same applies to essences with the remnant of corruption currency. Orbs of Horizon have been updated. They can now re-roll your Elder and Conqueror Guardian maps. Doing so will re-roll the base map and the Guardian of that map. The map device now has a small additional inventory. This is particularly useful if you're rolling many maps to run in sequence, or if you want to use varying amounts of scarabs or other map fragments. During breach encounters, all the splinters will be automatically collected and dropped at the end of the breach.
Finally.
On gamepads, we have separated the targeting of monsters and non-monsters, so you are able to target them independently. This removes a bunch of frustration when you are trying to interact with objects in the world and monsters are nearby. You no longer have to kill all of them first. Vendor windows will now remember your last search. This is remembered until you log out, and is remembered on a per NPC basis. The amount of characters you can type in the search field has also been increased.
Thank God.
When using currency items, after right-clicking them, it will highlight all other items which that currency can be used on. There are many other quality of life improvements, so keep an eye on the patch notes after this livestream concludes. Alongside the launch of Secrets of the Atlas, we are hosting a competitive event where players will race to be the first to kill the new Pinnacle bosses. The event will take place in the hardcore, solo self-found Mercenaries of Trathis League. We have some interesting prizes in store for the winners. Keep an eye on the news in the lead up to launch for more details about how the event will work and what its prizes are. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Frisian Magistrate and Crypt Keeper packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Frisian Magistrate series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Hey, I've seen this before.
The Frisian Magistrate character effect will bind your character in thorny vines and roses. You can select which parts of the character you want to have covered. Either your entire body, your lower body, or your upper body. As you approach waypoints, it will emit leaves and golden petals towards it. When activating the waypoint, it will create a burst around you. Envelop your weapon in thorny vines and golden flora with the Frisian Magistrate weapon effect. Your weapon will also create a trail to match as you swing, and even comes with its own hit effect when slaying enemies. You are the law while wearing the armor of the powerful Frisian Grand Magistrate.
Oh shit, lab armor.
The Spider Blossom pet activates its defense mechanism, disguising it as an elegant flower when near rare or unique enemies. The Frisian Imperial Magistrate back attachment comes in 2 forms. Equip either the Tombstone variant,
yeah, I've been
which will
saying
leave
I need a new
tombstones
green
in your
armor
honor
set
when you meet your demise, or equip the Cape variant to cause the corpses of slain enemies to become enveloped in rose-thorn vines and blossom with golden flowers. Keep track of how well, or poorly, your ultimatums with the Trial Master have gone with the Trials of Chaos hideout decoration. It will keep track of the total number of waves completed,
it's gonna be 0 the whole league,
succeeded, or even failed. On top of that, it will track the total number of times you've defeated the Trial Master himself. The Crypt Keeper pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Sick map device.
With the Crypt Keeper finisher effect, death itself will tear through into the realm of the living and steal the soul of slain unique enemies.
Okay, that's pretty, that's cool.
The Crypt Keeper portal effect creates a gateway for lost souls to pass through. Become the true master of the undead by wearing the hallowed Crypt Keeper armor.
Okay, I guess I'm getting both supporter packs.
It comes with a more armored helmet variant.
I guess
and
I'm getting
creepy
both.
mask with a spectral hood.
Those are sick.
Looking to have some fun during idle time in your hideout? The Burrowing Bramble Bash hideout decoration will test your reactions.
Dude, no longer am I shooting walls in my hideout. I'm hitting the devourers.
It also comes with a scoreboard, so you can try to set new records to show off to your friends, or just visitors coming to trade. Equip yourself with the Ghostly Dead as you ride the line between the living and the dead with the Sacred Crypt Keeper back attachment.
That's sick.
The Sacred Archives map device resembles a magical library with the works of scholars that come to life when you open a map. This map device tracks how many of each core league you've completed in in-game maps. These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console, and will remain so during Path of Exile, Mercenaries of Trathus.
I'm gonna farm the whack-a-mole
Additionally, any
leaderboard.
microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2. Meanwhile, the Paladin and Penance packs leave the store forever at the launch of the Mercenaries of Trathus League, so now's your last chance to purchase them. Additionally, the Dawn of the Hunt mystery box will be made available for Path of Exile 1. If you have already unlocked any microtransactions from this box in Path of Exile 2, you will of course immediately have access to them in Path of Exile 1. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile,
Holy,
Secrets
and
of the
patch
Atlas.
notes on the same day.
With
They're
release
cooking.
at the end of next
And
week, our
okay, never
community
mind.
team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
Their stream's dying.
Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're
Okay,
looking forward
well-
to dueling mercenaries, fighting new pinnacle bosses in the endgame,
Alright, let's see what we got here. Come on.
and exploring the new crafting systems and character builds next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
You posted it too late. Go, it was
Welcome
so
back,
close.
Exiles, to another I expect very large Q&A covering all that we have to cover for Secrets of the Atlas. I am, of course, joined by Jonathan and Mark. Welcome back, folks. Thanks for chatting with us once again.
Always great to have you over.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks for being here as well.
Yeah.
That's it. There was a lot of
That's a good point.
I think pressure on this one for you guys. Like, it's been a long time since we've had a big Path of Exile 1 expansion.
Sure.
How did you guys feel going into this, and how do you feel like you've been able to deliver?
I mean, honestly, I'm
One
like,
FPS
pretty happy with where
Q&A.
we're at. Like, it isn't a, it isn't a full year of development, because obviously PoE2 disrupted things a bit, but the main thing is we're kind of back in action now. We've worked out the model for how the studio can function doing the stuff, and ultimately what it required is kind of like merging the teams back together, kind of having everything so that like everyone's able to work on both games, not necessarily simultaneously for a given person, but effectively, we need sort of like, our best people to be able to work on both games in order to really make sure that they're good. And so, that effectively means that merge sort of approach is definitely way better. And so now we've kind of got that, and like, now that we're back to sort of fixing deadlines again and everything like that, I think it will just like go a lot smoother. And like, I'm pretty happy with like, effectively that we kind of got.
What is the sound? Okay. Classic New Zealand internet. I guess I'll look at this in the meantime. But let's see. There we go. Looking good, though. Oh, God, dude, I really hope King's March is nerfed. I doubt it is, because it's probably... King's March is probably a huge buff to player retention, because you have to keep fucking logging in for your boats and shit. New Zealand internet failing. Face new pinnacle bosses. Dude, they look sick. The Nekusi guy looks good. I wanna fight this guy. Yeah, do you did they like post that on YouTube already so I can like rewind or whatever? Let's see. Cause I want to see that. I want to see that Blade Blast. Okay, yeah, it is.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games.
Okay, where is it? Found it. What'd they do? Okay. Base radius buffed. The more AoE gone down, but 5% more damage per blade vortex blade. Okay. That's 50% more damage. Yo, that could be a league starter. If Pathfinder is looking okay. Yo, wait, Pathfinder will be sick with that new unique flask too. Yo. I think it should be pretty close to normal Blade Blast damage with this. Should be pretty close.
For the Secrets of the Atlas, we've got a nice big one. We're going to restart. We had a little bit of technical difficulties there, but we're ready to get into a nice big long Q&A session here. So I did ask the question after nearly a year since the last major Path of Exile release, it feels like there's a fair bit of pressure on this one to be something pretty major, but also to show that you guys still love and care about Path of Exile 1 and have a future for it.
Sure, yeah. So, as I was just saying, like, I feel like we've kind of finally got our shit together as a studio now, as I said in the intro. So we've sort of changed our approach. We've like
classes from Legacy,
merged the development teams back together. We've kind of got everyone on one floor in the middle layer, like all the developers. And now we're kind of making it so that we're effectively moving people backwards and forwards from PoE 1 and 2, sort of like as needed. And that's definitely a much better structure for us because it just means that we get like all our best people can work on whatever game needs it right now. And we've always worked well with like kind of the fixed in the past, sort of with the fixed deadline model where it's like we have a fixed deadline, but if we and what's in the patch depends on what's ready by the time we get there, and I think that's just going to result in a much better experience for players. And so now that we've kind of got that, I mean, this really represents what we can deliver sustainably.
Wait, why is it 2 numbers?
4 months, and so we'd expect to see this kind
more.
of like amount of content every 4 months. As we go forward, and for PoE 1 and 2 as well. So
max
now that things
8 stages
back,
from 10.
I would say like we're kind of back in our stride again. Things should go a lot smoother from now.
In some. We're
base
back.
damage buff.
That's not
we're so back.
Yeah.
Thank goodness we're back.
I did feel like that. I feel like the reception's been very positive so far, and been having a bit of a chance to play around with mercenaries, which are exceeding my expectations in terms of like how fun and powerful they are. I feel like you guys have made them really powerful too. So
10%
we've honestly been talking about making a mercenary for like probably 5 to 10 years. Like it's been one of those things that
you've been
keeps
telling me
coming
about
back
it for
up.
years.
Yeah, exactly.
It came up with the PoE2 Rogue Exiles, came up during Settlers League, came. I mean, that's just
maybe usable.
Well, recent. I mean,
Wahid.
a year ago, within the
I
last
don't know.
year.
I think it
You guys
doesn't
made
look
it
that
pretty
good to me
hard
still.
because last league you put out this system
I'm a
where
hacker.
you have these exiles that you send out on maps, and I'm like, oh, we're gonna gear them and all this stuff, and it's like, oh, I can't wait. That's what I've always wanted. And then it was at that, and I'm like, oh, now you're never gonna do that because you did this instead. And then literally next league, you do the mercenaries finally. So was it like waiting on something? Was there something that needed to happen there?
I guess it was more just a question of having a good design for how it could work, and there was a couple of other things. One thing that wasn't really mentioned in the video very much is that the mercenaries do count as half a player for the purposes of drops and monster difficulty. And so that's going to kind of change the calculus a little bit. You're effectively getting 9-player difficulty and loot, which there is some differences to the way that works now. But that's kind of one of those things that
there would be balance.
if we just added mercenaries without doing something like that, then it would mean that the game would be too easy. So that's why we've kind of got that situation going on.
It means like at best, if you're a more bad build, bad character, new player, whatever you want to call that. They're going to carry you probably, or could carry you. And at worst, if you're, the power of 10,000 gods and have infinite everything and screen coverage and DPS, then they're just boosting your loot, right? So there's a flaw there on either side that is just going to be beneficial to every single player. So
it sounds like absolute beautiful chaos, like 6-player party plus 6 exile mercenaries.
Our initial design had it that you could have up to 6 players, or 1 player and, I guess 3 players and 3 mercenaries. It was like a mercenary takes a player slot is what we initially
That was
had.
the initial way to think about balance, but I think it wouldn't have been nearly as good because you want the mercenary to be part of your build to kind of feel like it's actually, because it comes with like auras and things like that. Like effectively that all becomes part of your build at that point. So it's kind of important that you don't have to sacrifice that when you're playing in a party with other people.
Didn't want to have the thing of like, okay, you join your 3 friends and then whose mercenary gets used.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
do I not get to have my guy now and I don't get, So it's we ended up getting away from that and just going everyone bring the merc, and which results in peak chaos. But it's fun.
And I mean, you can also have an animate guardian, and you did tell me that there's changes for that as well.
Yes, of course you can have. In fact, I expect a lot of people to now have your 6-player party with your 6 mercenaries and everyone with them animate guardian, because I mean, how can you add mercenaries and then have a point to say that they don't drop loot when they die, and also not make the same change to animate guardian? However, if they do die in the instance, you can't bring them back. So at least there is still that penalty to having them be weak. So if they just die at the start, they're gone.
No idea.
Until you play another.
It's going to result in a lot more people using animate guardian in their build, but now you have to gear up your character, 1 animate guardian and 1 mercenary. So we'll multiple mercenaries technically. So we'll see how the itemization and trade economy goes in that regard. And
I mean that's kind of cool though, like having all that extra demand for gear
no.
and. That's I was certainly like thinking about how I want to keep some of this gear aside for like the potential mercenary I was trying to find and things like that. But that adds a lot to that. But I did want to, before we get stuck into some of the new content, just kind of like help ease people who maybe are a little bit worried about the future of Path of Exile just a little bit more. So this is what you hope to be able to deliver every 4 months, and you've got a much more strict kind of like approach to that now, where you were saying to me like, well, if this thing that you're talking about is not ready, then it's not going in that.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas before you would push the date, I felt.
Exactly, 100%. So we've been in the kind of push the date mindset, I would
Did
say,
they show
for like a
the
couple of
SST
years now.
stats?
And in the past, we were never like that. We were way more strict with it, and I think it was definitely beneficial to do that. The issue was it was so hard to develop PoE2 at the same time when we had all that stuff. So now that we're kind of like in the mode where we can support both with a release frequently, it means we can kind of go back to that model. And as I said, I think it'll just be way better.
I just want to make sure we are always going to be that whole like plus or minus 1 week flexibility, because you have things like
there might be like
holidays,
exactly.
conventions,
right.
clashes with things and all that. So obviously you get that just before we get held to the strict to the day 4-month thing. But yes, it is the goal. 100% you go back to that. I think there is it is very, very important that you have
Fires
as a player and a
23
long-term
prod,
player
fires
of a game
6
of
shards
what
at a
many of our
time
players
until all are fired.
you have that consistency and you know what to expect, and you can be like, yes, I've played
is
for my
normal
month, I've
shield
played for
throw
my
right
2
now?
months. I know I can just stop for 2 or swap to the other game, do that, and then I can know it's going to be coming again in 2 months instead of that just like
for you again.
that like unknown is
3
very sad, honestly,
projectiles.
as a developer
Yeah.
and as a player, and I certainly don't want to do that ever
I
again.
imagine it has a toll on the team in terms of them like knowing, because it's hard to make content, I imagine, and just not have it get shipped. Like, because it's the date's being pushed out.
Okay, that's
it
pretty-
depends
that's
on the
pretty
person.
good.
Some people
Yeah.
kind of like actually prefer that more. Some people do really like
Yeah.
the deadlines. It's honestly a variety.
Yeah, okay, a bit of a mixture. And you mentioned blending the teams together. That's like a big change, whereas before you
Yeah.
were explicitly trying to separate them, and there was the question of like, well, there's problems with that, right?
Yeah. Well, so I mean, we had problems when they were blended originally, like years ago, where PoE 2 wasn't getting like it kind of wasn't working because that deadline was so far out that it kind
Yeah.
of works. We had to split the team to get PoE 2 shipped at that point. But now that we're back in, like releasing frequently, it just makes more sense to bring everyone back together again. And it keeps the expertise up. It makes sure that like the games are. There's just technical things like making sure that the engine is like in sync for both games and
Armor
that kind of stuff. Like, there's just so
shows
many
double
elements that,
gain
that
armor
make it
from
better
body
to have everyone,
armor.
merge together, I think.
I imagine it helps with the cross-pollination between games. We just got pausing, which is
For sure.
one of my most wanted quality of life improvements. That's a phenomenal announcement.
Damage
but
penetrates
I
fire
certainly
is
see
equal
people
to your
asking about things like
overcapped
WASD
fire
and stuff like
res.
that, and this support for the future is...
Unfortunately,
I think
WSD
55%
just can't really
reduced
happen
fire
because,
res.
well, okay,
Take
I say
4
that,
fire
but
damage.
this is the thing, right? So effectively, in order for WSD to happen, we would need to be able to change the rigs over to the PoE2 character rigs. In order for that to happen, we need to get all the micros ported over, and then we'd need to port all of the armors from PoE1 over to those rigs as well. So it would be a really long-term thing.
Yeah.
There might be a world one day where that can happen, but
Yeah, I don't know
it's
what
certainly a
uses
long process.
how
to
much-
get
That's
that
what
to
I was
happen.
kind of wondering
Yeah,
is like, do you envision a situation where Path of Exile 1 is like warrants that sort of massive effort in a year or two or something like that?
Once we've got all the microtransactions ported, which we're doing anyway, then it wouldn't be like so bad. I mean,
Yeah.
it would be a lot, but not like not like completely unreasonable. So it's a thing that could happen, but yeah, it's a lot of effort to get that feature. So the main reason to do it isn't even for WSD. It's because we've been pretty unable to make new combat animations for PoE1 for so
Yeah.
long due to all of the problems with the rigs. So if the main reason to do it would be that we can make like new actual melee skills properly again. That would be the reason.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully we can get to that. It's just it'll take a while though.
A lot of the skills you notice, and if people have been playing PoE1 for years, any of the new skills we add often just reuse the same animations.
Exactly.
And they're not exactly the most modern things in the world.
Not so much you can do with it now.
You don't get to do the cool custom flurries with like your swords and combos and all that kind of stuff, and
Yeah.
I mean, you still obviously have Cyclone, where you just spin in a circle, and
No,
if
they
you
should-
remove
they
all the
should whip
effects
up
from
some
that,
sick
you're literally just on
RuneScape
pivot, so
animations.
it looks a little bit
2
silly, but
FPS.
I mean, I am keen to do it though. Like,
Yeah.
it's just it'll take a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's I feel like I notice the kind of an increasing disparity between like the bosses in PoE1 kind of like pushing further ahead because you have a bit more freedom, I guess, to use more modern.
Well, the bosses are new,
stuff,
new
technology
content,
with that.
right?
They're
So
straight
yeah,
up
they get to
PoE2
just and the
style.
engine's the same, so you get to use all the modern tech
So
for completely new content.
So
like that.
they're looking like better and better and better, but
Yeah.
the players
Yeah,
like are
yeah.
kind of staying a bit behind.
Yeah.
So
don't need to rig anything to the bosses.
Yeah.
They don't need to equip 10,000 microtransactions, thankfully.
So that's a unique challenge for you, but it seems like you've got a plan of kind of like how to approach it potentially.
Sure.
Yeah, all right. So while we're on this kind of like frank discussion, is like something that people often have been mentioning is this idea that like maybe they love Path of Exile 1, but they're not that interested in Path of Exile 2. And they maybe feel like their money when they buy a supporter pack for Path of Exile 1 is going to a company that's developing both games, and one of those being something that they're maybe not that interested in.
Right. Well, I mean, like ultimately, like now that we're kind of in the shared model, like it's kind of. It doesn't really, it's sort of hard for us to say, like, that like money goes to one particular team or another. Like, it doesn't really work like that because we're all merged. The main thing is just to understand is that when we're in PoE1 development mode, then PoE1 takes precedence, and like any resource that it needs, like there's not going to be we can't do this because PoE2 needs it. And when we're in PoE2 development mode, it's like, it's the opposite of that, right? Where like we've got that sort of going on. So there's always going to be people working on each game, like all the time. But it's like, if one's going to come out soon, that one is getting all the attention. And so like every every resource that PoE 1 could possibly need for this expansion was moved to it, to make that happen.
Yeah, I got to see that firsthand walking around. It was like 95% of people working on PoE 1 right now.
Right,
So.
in this moment, because it's in the last week. But but it's kind of variable. Like, I mean, if you look at things like the, I mean, you've probably got a better idea of the breakdown. But it's like how much of the VFX team was working on PoE 1 versus 2 in like the last,
the whole
I'm
all
ready.
but one
I'm ready
is
for
currently on
this
PoE, all but 2. I guess that doesn't really make sense. They don't know how many. So
80%
80% of the team is on PoE 1 right now.
Yeah. But it's kind of variable through the months.
But like, the dynamic thing is because obviously we had like 021 for PoE 2 that we're working on, and like yesterday I moved some people onto that, quickly got some stuff across the line, literally 2 hours later moved them back, and like it's like pretty hyperactive. Like, but honestly, that's kind of how our leadership style is. We kind of just we're a little bit crazy.
But I also think that developing 021 at the same time is kind of proof that it's possible. Like to make sure that we can actually support both games at the same time.
Hey, thanks for the 1 trillion.
I mean,
bits
there's videos even that were made by the like we're getting more people. It's like we can kind of manage it. So
I do feel like this is a positive.
Didn't you say it's
going to
be a long
There was
one?
definitely a bit of wavering there for a while, but I went from a 1-game studio to a 2-game studio.
One thing to note, and this is you say about the bosses going up and the characters, saying this, like that is also because we are, it is very, very, very useful in the same sense that certain game features get taken from one game to another. Like we see a lot of the quality of life stuff come to PoE 1. Those bosses are, animated or rigs from PoE 2 that we have like fully remodeled and reskinned. So you get to reuse that entire animation set. Sure, you got to tweak some stuff. But then, like, you can have one animation be 8 different skills if you, put your mind to it and actually design the different outcomes.
Awesome.
So you end up with this thing where, we're actually harvesting a lot of materials back from PoE 2 to 1. And this is how we're going to be able to get even more bosses, even more monsters, even more of that content just all the time. So
it's in ways where players can't tell, though. Like, it's really quite invisible.
You wouldn't. Some people might be able to see. Like, wait, I feel like I've seen that before, maybe. But you'd have to look real close and be real into it.
Yeah.
And so obviously, I know me saying it removes the allure of it, but like, it is like ultra beneficial to be able to harvest all that art. And so you could look at it as like, oh, that PoE 2 art is going on PoE 2. It's not like. All of that, I'm just constantly going, I'm going to take that, take that,
And the tech as well, of course, right? Like any new renderer features we're making, like all that stuff, you get to use it all.
So hopefully it's more of a positive thing. But I think to wrap it up, I think what it all really comes down to is people just want to know that they can feel confident that Path of Exile 1 has a future where you guys love it and are giving it the attention that it deserves.
The next year is going to be the year of Path of Exile, 100%, right? I mean, we're talking, every 4 months, both games? It's every 2 months, 6 releases.
6 releases a year.
Wild.
6 releases
What are we
a year.
talking
That's going
about?
to be
If you guys can pull that off for a year, that's going to be wild. I'm looking forward to it. But I mean,
it might be beginning.
I guess in that regard is you were telling me that
the
this
years
expansion
of
is
no
like
variety gaming.
This is part of a multi-season story arc that you're setting up.
100%. Like with obviously you there's a whole bunch to rant about here, but effectively, obviously you see Zana coming back. I know, spoiler, sorry, but it kind of was important.
Yep.
You got Zana coming back, and you've got it's an additive storyline for now, and that was kind of on purpose because I wanted the end game to be still
year of
familiar.
apology
I wanted
videos.
people after coming back after almost a year.
When
to
was
still have the
that? Was
core
like
of the
2
end game
years
be
ago.
familiar, but have
I remember
this
there was
additive
like a
layer on
bunch
top
of
that's
them.
cool and new and
That's when they did. That's when they
and I
did like a
didn't wanna,
trillion
completely
streamer
rework all the
interviews.
mechanics, and they come people are like, I want PoE 1, finally a PoE 1 expansion. They come back and they're like, the hell is this end game? This isn't what I remember. This isn't what I was familiar with. So it was really important with this update to have a layer of familiarity across the board. And then like improved and reworked things and removing, obviously with Betrayal, we've removed a lot of the constraints and annoyance and all of that, but it's still mostly just additive stuff on top. Same with the end game. The League is obviously additive, the Mercenaries. So having that there, so there's that core Path of Exile 1 familiarity was important for this one. But yes, it is like part one of a new arc of the end game storyline. Zana's back. We've got a whole new thing to explore. I'm not going to spoil too much of what exactly happens, but there's some cool shit in there. But effectively, it's like a way to think about it is we're now kind of we're going to, over obviously a relatively long time, have the era of the primordials kind of phase out and have the era of this new endgame phase in. And so, yeah, it's kind of set up for, right now it's an additive one. Maybe the next endgame one would be a bit more transformative, and then we'll go from there and just explore through this new storyline. So that'd be fun.
I can tell you're excited for like the future of PoE 1, which is this is a good shift, I think. And you were saying you've even got like a good idea that for 326 that you really want to.
327, yes.
Oh, sorry, yeah,
the
next one. Next one.
I do, yes. So, like, another thing with like this expansion, right, is like it's quite content heavy. When you do an in-game expansion in a league, it's a lot of content.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, you have some things have to take priority, other things have to take less priority, and so like the character stuff where we've done, you know, a decent chunk of character balance and the new systems interact with all of that. You know, there's clearly ones like, I know Settlers had like just the giga melee rebalance and rework, and it changed like 1,000 systems and drastic
now
ways.
I want a latte.
All of that. But again, I wanted this time more familiarity, and then 327, we're going to go just ballistic on the characters and do as much as we possibly can to like, you know, amp that up and, I don't know, maybe fully revamp wand builds and create a whole new thing there. And now we have to because I said that. But, you know, that kind of stuff. So, yeah, obviously you have ones that are more content-centric, ones that are more character balance-centric, and different focuses like that. So this one, content, in-game. We wanted our core players who have been playing for 10 years, the ones that are really looking for PoE, who are like mostly playing in the end game, to really have that like expansion and new boss fights. And
that was a discussion we had yesterday, actually, was this idea that you don't necessarily have to worry about new player onboarding as much for Path of Exile 1 now. But that's more the focus for PoE 2.
I would definitely say that, yeah, for PoE 1, it's like it's now very easy to just say, you know what, like if this isn't new player friendly, it's okay. Like we're making a game for the experienced PoE 1 players, so like we can just go ham with all that stuff.
Yeah, you can kind of go nuts with
it. You know, like if you're a new player, then PoE 2 is obviously going to be more appealing. You know, like I'd imagine they're more likely to want to go there.
PoE 2
but of course, PoE
is
1
the
still,
tutorial
you know,
for PoE 1.
Like we're not going to throw that away completely, but it's like certainly in terms of the focus of the content, like a lot more sort of in-game stuff, you know, the pinnacles obviously and things like that. Like this is stuff that appeals to someone who actually is able to get to that content. So you know, yeah. Of course, you've still got the leagues. You know, the mercenaries. I think you initially, when we first told you about it, you seemed a little bit like, oh yeah, I don't know how big that's going to be. But then when you actually played it, it's like, you know, it's quite a thing.
Yes, it was beyond what I expected playing it.
Right.
Because I brought up a concern after watching the reveals that I felt like there was a bit of a gap, some disparity in kind of what you revealed once I got the sense of like what was Secrets of Atlas versus Mercenaries of Trathis. I had some concerns. I was like, okay, so the Mercenaries thing seems like really awesome, and that kind of is like, by the time you get to endgame, you've kind of started to explore a lot of that. And, you know, there's still more progression beyond that, but that's like, it's not necessarily like a ton of new content for that mechanic beyond that. And then you've got this new Secrets of the Atlas system, which starts at tier 14. It's very endgame pinnacle content focus. So I'm like, it feels like there's kind of a gap there between tier 1 and 14. But you mentioned yesterday after that discussion that maybe you've changed it.
I initially was like, you know, people are coming back after a long time. They're going to come back, and yeah, some people have been playing, but like the majority of people haven't, and they're going to come back, get to that end game, and be like, all right, let's get my footing back, refigure things out. Obviously, Settlers is there, but I understand a lot of people have experienced that in the last year, so that's not going to feel too new, but there's a little bit going on there. You've obviously got Betrayal, and then yes, we have our whole like certain scarabs up, certain scarabs down kind of balance, which I will note, by the way, only a portion of which will be in the initial set of patch notes. We'll have more scarab changes coming soon.
Patch note expansions to be announced.
Good habit.
People ideally, our PoE 1 players know by now, we get a little bit feral and we just go to the end. We go till Friday of the release date for our balance changes, so not everything is there, but a lot of it is.
Big meta change.
You know, there's all those changes, and I
shift.
thought, yeah, it's all good. What we'll do is aim for the people who really want new pinnacle fights. Like
Should I put myself
when we
on
added the
their
tier
TV?
17s, they were a bridge between pinnacle and uber pinnacles. So they weren't even the kind of highest tier of difficulty in the game. And you could argue these aren't either because they're pinnacles, but they are a step above the existing pinnacles. They are a bit harder. That being said, of course, just to clarify, there is a quest version of them where it is you get to tier 14s and you will find them deterministically and get through all three of them. Just for the narrative, you get to explore all that. They're easier balance. And then you get into farm mode where you get the true rewards and the true, you know, difficulty test. But yeah, as you pointed out, I thought that'd be all right, and then you did raise your like, but what about between tier 1 and 14? It's not going to feel very new, and it was like,
that's true.
Yeah, where's the content?
Oh,
yeah, fair enough. So yeah, we made some changes, of course,
Did you
and
sleep
as
the
much as
TV
now in the
on?
live stream it says we're introducing it at high tier maps, that is where the story is introduced, so to speak. But we're now adding a bunch of trickled stuff beforehand, all the way from like tier 3 maps, where you're now you're finding those memory influence maps, or the influenced by the originator, as it said. You're getting the memory strand items, which are very useful for actually finding good item drops and crafting as you're going through the end game, and so you're getting that all the way through. And then, once you get to the higher tier maps is when you get into the actual pinnacle storyline with the new 3 pinnacle bosses. Look, straight up, it was just like what we thought was good oversight, but like, this is always what happens. I think even Jonathan mentioned earlier, is that often, when we have these podcasts and interviews, it's just like half the time we end up discussing stuff that we're then going to go and change the day after or the day of, and that's exactly what
I feel
we
like
end
something
up
always
doing.
comes out of the Q&A. You usually do some sort of live development during these, which I love.
mean, there's so much that like to not and happening so rapidly, and coming together very much, all together at the end. It's impossible to really have your eye on everything.
Their
and
couch
not
kind of
miss,
looks
like
like a
some
Gene
things.
couch. It's a jouch.
And we always often miss things, and then it goes live, and then we address it then as well, and stuff like that. Right? It's just like very crazy, but again, that's I kind of think that's the magic to it, and what allows us to do so much in so little time. But it is also the thing as well that's going to result in the 6 expansions coming in the next year for the combined games. So
So now, like the state of it looks like veteran players are going to be exploring the mercenaries as they're leveling up. They're going to be going into the end game and kitting out, trying to find their ideal mercenaries, gearing them up, swapping them around, starting to interact with memory packs of enemies that drop memory influenced maps, that drop memory influenced items that they can craft. Which I'm excited about that as like a progression, that crafting system with the boosted craft. And that was, you mentioned like a way of kind of getting the tiering system into Path of Exile 1.
The initial idea there was like, how can we get the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 item drops from PoE 2 system into PoE 1? And it was like, well, why don't we just do it in the new endgame system? And then we're like, well, we can have more granularity. It can go all the way from 1 to 100. There's not really much point not. And so you're finding better items. Like every time you pick up these items, it could have a set of full tier 1 modifiers. So that was the initial goal. And then, it was like, well, may as well. Like the crafting orbs can just consume it as well. Now it's worth getting into that specifically. The basic crafting orbs all consume it. And right now, like, we don't have fossils and harvest and stuff do it, but it is our intention to implement that. But it's a bit scary. There's some OP there for sure, but I really like all those systems interacting and interweaving.
Please.
Now, what we're finding right now is that you actually do that crafting first, then you consume the memory strands for like the final exalts and final applications. And that is something that is happening internally, and you're getting some pretty insane outcomes there to guarantee like a T1 mod on your final exalts and stuff like that. But if we were to do it the other way around, you'd probably end up having it be very much using all those systems. So before we turn that on, obviously we're going to review every single thing and make sure we're definitely happy with everything, because it is a very complicated web of craziness. But
Actually, that was a question I was wanting to ask. Was like, how do you even make new crafting systems for PoE 1 at this point? Like with all the various intricate, do you just kind of like make it and
you just
cross
have
your
to,
fingers?
you just have to effectively just take the chance and just come up with what you can do. Because if you worried about literally everything, you'd never make anything. So you have to on some level.
But it's the same with uniques. It's the same with new character systems. There's so many variables that you kind of just like. Here's a thing.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Oh no, they're not synced anymore.
Yes, exactly.
They're not synced. That's not good.
Great.
It's fun though.
Good.
It's just fun.
So you've got this progression system now, which sounds phenomenal. That sounds like a really nice improvement to like, while we're exploring the various changes you've done to things like the massive overhaul to Betrayal, for example, and like the new Scarabs, those new systems, the integration of like the previous content that's gone core. And then you get to tier 14, and then it's like new story kicks in with the Secrets of the Atlas, the memory system, and that uses the kind of like the idea of those memory threads.
Yeah, we had what was memories before.
Yeah.
So that was like, there was Elva's memory and all of that, and they had kind of different things. You couldn't
memory.
juice them, but some of them gave pretty specific rewards, and a bunch of them were worth absolutely nothing.
The lack of juicing kind of meant that they didn't really have a good place in the end game, though.
Yeah, there was only a couple that were worthwhile.
We were like, we didn't really give that system justice, so like let's kind of use that as the baseline for the new memory threads, except we 100% allow full juicing.
Yep.
And make them more unique, have the alter mods at the end of each run, and then have the new influence mechanic. And then what we did is we took all those memories and we were like, I think it was Octavian actually who suggested it, was like,
good job.
Put all those on Kirak. And so all the Kirak missions that can now be offered, since Kirak also couldn't be juiced, Kirak missions now can give you all of the things that appeared on those memories before, which gives him a unique thing that he didn't have before as well, and it can be more valued farming that. So 2 birds, 1 stone.
Some love. That's
good suggestion.
Thanks, Octavian.
And but yeah, effectively those, and then we're like, those memory strands, we don't want it to just be I'm doing normal mapping, then you find the memory I've already tripped up now, and it's this thing we were talking about yesterday with all the terminology.
Memory threads versus memory strands.
The memory threads. Again, once you're playing, it's a bit more clear, but we've got a bit of synonym thesaurus issues going on. You're doing the memory threads, and it's like, well, we want to be able to do that experience without just having to go, okay, I don't want to have to run a bunch of maps, get a thread, have some fun, and then, I'm back to just, regular things. So we're like, well, once you finish the storyline, I won't explain exactly how that concludes, because it's a big one. What those maps that you can find on that thread now will start dropping but it's T16s and more frequency, and then but they will be rolling with Tier 17 mod pool, and we're kind of calling those T16.5s because they are very close to T17s, and it's kind of honestly, I would say in some cases, if you get the right memory skills, better than T17s. Which I know has been a huge concern, and I agree with that, and I am finally, hopefully, we can not have just the age of T17s that can't self-sustain and you have to trade for, and a lot of frustration there. That's the hope. If it doesn't fully solve it, obviously it's still the attention to.
Well, let's talk about the problem with Tier 17s then. So, like, obviously there's a few issues going on there. It seems like that you had this like very varied endgame, tons of different maps and everything, and then kind of narrow that down to 4 maps instead. And obviously it was presenting problems for build diversity as well.
It was also a clash, because it was like those were meant to be the bossing way to get to the Ubers. And it ended up being the juicing. And so then you have you have a kind of economy clash between people who want to farm bosses and people who want to juice. And it was like, okay, well, they were intended to be the boss way.
It's on the flash drive. It's either Windows or
they were still kind of fun for both axes, in some regard, minus a few little bits and pieces. Like, obviously, we had to do some changes to the mods, how they generated. Like, we certainly had some hiccups with that one the first time around. It was then all of a sudden now T16s are dead. So the hope here, bring them back. You can farm the map you want as with the originator influence on it, I believe is what the text said, or what I call memory influence or Zana influence. All of these things, whatever, they're influenced with a bunch of red and blue stuff. You get the pedals, you get the skills, but you get the div card you want, you get to farm the layout you want, you get to do the boss you want, and you don't have to deal with
Can you say somewhat definitively if like juicing is going to be happening in Tier 16s again, or is it still going to be Tier 17s a bit? Not sure.
Currently, as far as I can tell, it should be in the 16s, but I didn't want to make it that the 17s are just garbage.
So you haven't taken a hard stance on it.
I think, especially with the right memory influence skills appearing, which you do have to take a bit of a gamble for, and sometimes you get really good ones and sometimes you get okay ones. That's part of the fun when you get it and you're like, oh, yes, I got the epic one that revives monsters and I get all the loot twice. And then when you get that kind of thing, it's going to be like, okay, this is just 100% better. Like, how was it not? And then, of course, multiply that with all the All Flames and, there's going to be some madness occurring. Not Necropolis tier madness, but there will be madness. We have learnt from that a bit. Don't you worry about that. That was out of control on a level unprecedented.
I don't know. That all flame with the rare modifiers seems a little crazy.
There's a question from chat about Atlas passive skill tree and with it expanding, like with all these new things being added to it. Is that something you consider as to like how many points you end up getting and those decisions like between things?
I like the amount of points you get and the amount you can invest in a given tree loadout. I think that is correct.
Still feels right.
Like we do remove a little bit of nodes and we have added some, but I wouldn't, like we've added new ways to juice via the influence. We've added new ways to add more things to the All Flames and stuff like that, and there's new multiplicative things going on there. I wouldn't also then want to just be like, here's another plus 20% on the tree as well. I think that choice matters. I like that choice matters, and I think you should have to give up something to get something of the new thing, or have one of your loadouts focus on that and two of the others focus on something else. So
something else that sounds like it's going to help is you mentioned to me this idea that you might be getting more access to the content from the investment nodes that you're taking anyway via Scarabs, right? Scarab drops.
Oh yeah,
nodes.
yeah, true. I mean, it was more of a SSF feature, but it will work for everyone. But both the map device where you apply like Breach League and a bunch of the nodes on the Atlas tree that are like, chance to have breaches in your maps, both also now increase the chance of you getting scarabs of that league's type.
Let's see it.
Which is kind of how PoE 2 did it as well with their leagues, where
Play the content to get the content.
Get expedition to get more expeditions.
Great.
It's the same thing here. We just wanted to push that a bit more, give a little bit more agency and influence the scarabs you're getting. That way you're getting more of the ones you want, because there are a lot of scarabs, of course, and you can block a decent chunk of them and you can invest in some others, and we're just like, more agency is better here, like straight up. So may as well, and it just simply adds more value to the map device craft, so why not?
All right. I know we're jumping around topics a lot here, but let's just kind of be in the flow of things. But on the mercenary topic, so you've designed these guys to be so good that everyone's going to want to use one, right? And that's like the right way to design it objectively. But it does raise the question as to you need to make sure that they're not abrasive to use, that they're fun to use, that there's not necessarily problems where you feel like, oh, I have to use them. So how do you go about making sure that that's the case for these guys?
I mean, obviously them increasing the difficulty, is a thing that says maybe you don't want to necessarily, maybe they're not pulling their weight on a boss fight.
What if betrayal still
stuff like that, making it actually harder because of the life.
If you don't have the right mercenary.
Or if you don't have the right mercenary, you don't have the right gear on them. These are factors. However, generally they should be fun to have with you. You should want to engage with it. That is the league. If you're not playing in the league, or you don't want to engage with the league as much, you still got the end game, you still got betrayal, you still got, the settlers, all that stuff is all still there, the character balance changes, everything's still there. It's just, ideally you'd want to engage with the mercenaries. They are generally more beneficial than not. You would have to really over-level them and not be upgrading them for them to start being kind of useless.
But the item and combat mechanic with them by itself is also, even if you're not hiring a mercenary, there's still, there's a source of items there. There's new things like mechanics that they've got going on with that. So, even that part is a thing in itself.
Well, something I didn't realize from watching it and then even playing for a while was that, and I think the UI is getting improved by launch for this, but when they have the currency pocket, when you don't actually pick a currency from that, they give you all the currency from that window.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like so. It was a bit juicier than I thought it was. Actually, it kind of caught me by surprise.
Yeah, why not? But it was interesting creating a. There's not many leagues where you get one reward.
Yeah.
And obviously not that.
I never said that, Data. Who said that?
You
pick a item.
Picking a single piece of gear.
Yep.
And so we had to really think okay, I mean, you can see it, so you already get a pick from all the different slots. But it was how do we make sure that their gear is comparable to what a player would have, which is kind of you're identifying many and picking the best, and you're crafting a thing, and so it's always better than average. And so we had to really think about what their gear should and what their items should look like, to be comparable to something you would actually want or have. It's rare to have a league where you actually only just get one item. Even Ultimatum, sure, you get one and many rounds in a row, so you still get up to 10, whereas this is just actually one.
So you have to make sure it's good, right?
Yeah, and that was actually kind of complicated to do, but, there's some pretty powerful stuff you can get from that. I mean, obviously the uniques are relatively easy to put in, but they do affect the mercenaries in some pretty crazy ways. But the, rare items and stuff like that, it was a little bit complicated to actually get that to feel good, such that you feel like, I actually want to take that, as opposed to just always taking
the
currency.
mercenaries are just
But if you want to
PoE
do
2
that, go
rogue
ahead as
exiles.
well.
Was there any kind of, just out of curiosity, was there any kind of thought on as to what sort of items or what sort of mods they roll on their items then? Since they're they are kind of specific builds.
Yeah, kind of. It is relative to the build more so, yes.
Yeah.
There are 30-something different archetypes. So we talked about the Striker and I can't remember the names of Eruptor and stuff, but there are 30-something of them. And, there's a Chaos Mage and there's ones with curses and ones with auras and ones with I'm obviously listing all the utility stuff
I had a
because
support Templar.
I know that it's the aura bots of Trathus really is probably how a lot of people are going to see it.
No aura, exiled.
But actually, there's a lot of custom skills in there. They're not entirely player skills.
Yeah,
I know we
wild.
touched on the Trathus skills, but we only showed this. I feel like it's maybe between around 16.
I
some
think
of them
You
are
can get
cool.
those, right?
They can just be in their little pouch. And you
can just take one.
You can pick them, and if you defeat them, they drop it, and you get it, and that's a new. So it's kind of like a transfigured gem in a way.
They're not a
It's
merc,
Tratham
though. I
gem,
mean, they're
and,
not a
it's just
minion, they're a merc.
So that's a way of delivering a bunch of new skills, and I know you have like Blood Storm Call, which is like physical that creates a blood dot. So you maybe want to add, so there might be some builds that want to do that. There's like new spectral shield throws and a whole bunch of different things. We saw the siege ballista in the live stream, but there's certainly a whole bunch of them. I know there's a kind of incinerate based blast ray. Blast rain was it? Yeah, like arrow comes down, does a wave of almost like an incinerate wave out of it and stuff like that. So like,
Had some fun with that.
Spoiling a bunch of them, but it's only 4 or so. But yeah, there's heaps of different skills there, which is pretty cool. But then they also just have like kind of high cooldown and different passive skills and stuff like that as well. So like, there's a lot of stuff.
Should
to
have put
consider.
more of those in the video, honestly.
Yeah, possibly. Probably. Yeah. And there's probably some surprise and cool stuff for people to find. It was a 42-minute presentation. Like it's all right. Give a taste. Let people find a lot of cool stuff on live. So,
in terms of making them fun to like manage and hire and things like that, if you'd asked me before playing it, I would have said like, oh yeah, you want to be able to like spend some sort of passives on them or something like that. But then actually after playing it, I was like, oh, it's kind of good that you didn't go to that level because then there's no lock-in with them. You can change
2 skill trees.
It would have been a bit annoying. I think.
Yeah, and
When did
a bit too much tedious.
Imagine people asking
low
for merc
micromanagement
skill
on this.
trees.
So like doing the gear, but you won't have to do that too often. They don't level up. They don't have like they have a passive tree behind the scenes. You just don't get to see it or engage with it.
I wasn't actually sure. Was that implementers actually allocating individual nodes?
No,
I assumed not.
They have a Tratham passive tree.
Okay.
Secret proprietary.
Yeah.
Right,
I mean, they gain stats as they level up, and it's kind of relative to the archetype, and there's some stuff going on. But you don't need to care about that. It's just as far as you know, they're higher level. They've made somewhat intelligent decisions about their passive points and whatnot, and they're pretty good. Of course, some are better than others. Some will be good for your build. Much like you will have, here's the meta ascendancies for a league. Probably each meta ascendancy then has the meta mercenary for the league, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it'll be matched to your builds.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty crazy, I suspect, in the end. There's like, as much as it's pretty simple to just arrange them, there's going to be a lot of little minor complexities.
That's poor path of building, guys.
I was going to say, like, you have to implement some interesting...
It's definitely going to be a part of your build, so it's got to go in there. Yeah.
100%.
They can give you auras and various other
I haven't heard a word
skills.
they've said in 15
like
minutes.
An aura, and he had the smite with the lightning aura.
Your meta build, then for that you need your 3 meta mercenaries, and then your meta animate guardian, and then you've got oh my god, too many. I mean, at least a lot more items will be getting put to use, so that's good.
I'll be curious to see how the Animate Guardian feels, because, I don't know, like, that one has obviously the skill gem cost as well, potentially, like, supports and things like that.
Yeah, of course. But,
so that's obviously a bit more of a tax, whereas these guys are just a free add-on on top. They don't cost you anything except gold.
Gold.
Yeah, gold. Which was, you intentionally didn't go for an upkeep cost for them, which I noted.
Yeah, I mean, you already earned their... You still got to pay them a little bit, but you defeated them. You don't need to pay them by the hour anymore.
There's a gold cost if they die, which I found I had a couple die early on, but then they were mostly, especially if I picked good ones, they were staying alive. Like I had one guy that was ridiculously tanky, and then some of them had like 4k life, and this guy had like vitality and enduring cry and kind of like a fizz aura and immortal call and things like that. I'm like, oh yeah, these guys are kind of better than me.
That's true. Often you might find yourself aspiring to become more like your mercenary.
Yes.
But look, these are trained fighters from a ruthless place in Trathus, and they've come here and they're like, "What are all you weaklings doing?" And so
it was quite confronting when I was like doing my usual running through mud flats with my ranger in a Hessian sackcloth clothing, and then I run into literally the ranger one. And they're like wearing, Giga MTXs, and they got like all these different supported skills, and they're like comboing them together. And I'm like, whoa.
It's giving you something to aspire to.
Yes.
Oh, this is what I can become. I was, oh, whoops.
I felt really good when I fired them later.
Yeah, look, remember, they came here of their own choice. They haven't been exiled here as a criminal left to rot on a beach.
I have to say, they kind of feel like suckers. So they've got this honor code system, right, that says that if a challenger comes and challenges them, they have to wager literally one of the pieces of clothing they're wearing. Of the challenger's choosing, and the challenger doesn't have to put up anything. Like, you don't have to wager anything of yourself. Like, I feel like in a previous part of Exile, we might have be like, oh yeah, you have to gamble your item.
But if you remove the game mechanic from the equation and you go, okay, let's say you and I have a duel, and I get to take your shoes, and my sacrifice is I have to die. I don't think that's a fair trade. Now,
but this is in a world where you can revive.
Yeah, but they don't know that.
Okay, fair enough. Good
and
point.
honestly, if I have to go your shoes versus my 15% experience, I don't know.
Pretty nice, pretty nice boots.
Yeah, sure, but that's part of my level I just lost. So I don't know if I'll take that trade.
Yeah, well, you got me there. That's a good point. We'll get some more questions about the mercenaries there. Do mercenaries count as minions? Has been asked.
Oh, I said 15%, and I realised that is not correct.
Oh, what was the...
I'm just making up numbers.
Oh,
no. Ignore me. I know that's the wrong number.
No. What have you done? That's going to be quoted.
I just quickly glanced at chat, and I'm like, oh, geez, I just made something up on the spot in the heat of the moment. Don't worry about me.
The question was, do mercenaries count as minions for the purpose of various minion-based things? Like
they don't count as a semantic minion for minion damage and all of that. But I know, for example, all the how there's bosses and they have certain skills because they're less avoidable. They deal less damage to your minions. They also count as
a drunk podcast with PoE devs
they're not
and
like
stuff.
Going,
There's
an
be
AoE
pretty
here, I'm
good.
getting out of it, and they're going to jump back in.
I would actually pay attention to that.
We've made it
I would actually pay attention
to. They don't take as much damage from
because the only thing I've gotten out of this in the last 20 minutes
those
is
unavoidable attacks,
stealing
so to speak,
shoes.
and much like how your minions do and whatnot. But again, they are pretty tanky. So on top of that.
On that same spirit of live improvements happening as we're talking about it, it's like yesterday I was asking can you heal them with the minion flasks or something like that to heal them in between combats, and later I got a message saying that you guys have changed it so that they heal out of combat now.
Yeah, it was taken from the it's something I actually really like that the minions do in PoE 2, where when there's some downtime they kind of regenerate back to full life. So yeah, that change was made yesterday actually, and
that's good.
Yeah, so now the mercenary, you don't have that thing where you have to give it some life regen, and explored a few different options, but it was just you know what, just if there's a little bit of downtime, or it's more if they haven't lost life in the last some amount of time, they just whoop back to full life. So
love it. It's just good quality of life. Yeah,
you don't just have them sitting at 10% life, and you're like, what am I supposed to do here?
So they can be brought into pinnacle content is one of the other questions I'm saying.
Yeah, anywhere, everywhere in the game.
No restrictions on that.
Yep.
Nice, cool, and. People seemingly from the question, based on the questions, don't believe that you can have a 6-person party and have 6 mercenaries. That you wouldn't allow that. That's too crazy. I mean, it is too crazy, but you do allow that, right?
We do.
Yeah, we do.
That's the thing. Okay.
I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot of auras. But I'm very much looking forward to playing my. Everyone knows I play my support characters, and you'd expect you're a support character, so you can get a DPS merc now and not have to play with your friends. But I'm thinking, well, hold on, I can be a support character and have a support mercenary and support my friends even more. So it's all win.
That sounds about you. Perfect. I mean, while leveling, I certainly felt like the DPS ones were viable if I was playing more of a spoiled role, or if I was struggling in that regard. They did seem like they were actually able to kill things. Is that something that can happen in endgame though? That seems hard to believe.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, you can give them Headhunter, you can give them all of that stuff, and they take the damage, they scale it. The only thing they don't have is your skill, which could be bad, and thus they could be better than you, or you could be very good, and in which case, I'm just saying, they are still a computer. Right, they are still at the end of the day doing that, so they might not make the smartest decisions that you agree with.
There's custom AI for each skill, right?
There is 100%, and
so they're a bit above the 50% high of players.
Yeah, they might be. I'd say around 55% just percentile average.
Better than half you.
Computers can be good. So, but at the end of the day, when you're giga zooming and obliterating everything before it can even appear on your screen entirely. There's a question of how much use can they really be, and that's where I come in and say, look, the floor is still they're half a party member worth of loot increase, and they are, whatever auras and all of that. So you might pivot from more. You definitely want DPS ones are real good all the way through, but once you again become the power of 1,000 gods,
there's a certain point where
there's only so much you can do. Now that being said, if you do want to play a more passive character and you want them to just go wild, they're pretty strong. There is, of course, the thing where if you miscalculate that, you go into your pinnacle relying on them to kill it, and you miss the mark and they die. It's not like you're bringing them back in that area.
They only have one portal.
Now you're like, oh, damn it. I'm not sure what to do now, and you've got to do it the hard way. So, but yes, much like the new change the animate guardian, if they die, they don't come back into that area.
Sounds like a good way of doing it.
Sequential instances, yeah.
Much better than the losing gear and all that,
yeah,
all that drama.
We went through all that. I even had the maybe in Ruthless they should lose an item, or maybe I was like, is that a thing? I was like, oh, no, look, it's either right or wrong. Let's just go with what we know is right, what people will like, and what is not going to just cause a bunch of unnecessary. Oh my god, now I got to do this again, and something unpredictable happens, or some monster skill is particularly imbalanced, and it's like, oh my god, it just lost so much currency, so all good.
Sounds great. Awesome. Settlers Town went core. We didn't have to rebuild it. Phenomenal. Thank you. Gold goes core, which obviously as an experiment feels like a success then. Jonathan, I think you feel like you can speak to that.
I mean, sure.
Gold was a core feature of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely happy with where gold, with how gold improves things. I mean, we originally did it as a way to reduce the number of things that monsters can drop while still having it so that they feel like they drop things.
Yeah, like culling the
But I mean, I honestly I think it's been a straight up improvement, and obviously it's really good to be able to work with the the new the trade the currency market and stuff like that. Like I think that stuff I don't know that there'd be another way to do that as successfully as the way that works. I think that's worked well, and it's funny because on the surface, you're like, oh, every game's got gold. But the funny thing about it is that in most games, gold is a lot of games have bound items, and then gold is the only thing you can trade. In our game, you've got unbound items, and gold is the only thing you can't trade, and that's why it sort of works as that kind of trading kind of thing. So I think the way we've done it, it works well, and I definitely want to keep it. It's got a definite place for sure, and we may be able to expand its use as well more in the future potentially. Right now, it's not used for shops or anything like that. It's used for gambling, but it's not used for the regular shops. And there were some issues around that, but we might change that one day. Sort of hard to say, but I think it's definitely it's good.
Yeah. Okay. And that means obviously currency exchange is staying core and things like that. It looks like shipments were staying core, and that's one that I see is mixed opinions on. Some people love it. It's passive income, and but it's also an obligation. It's a thing you got to check in on. It's busy work to an extent.
We did some changes here, so we did slow down. We made them take longer, and proportionally, in some cases, increase the rewards. The intention there being, of course, that way you have to deal with it less.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the focus of the league anymore. We don't want it to be overtaking what you're doing all the time.
Yeah. And look, I expect these things to be a bit divisive, 100%. Some people love it, some people don't. And that's great. That's everything in PoE, and that's everything we add. And you can choose to do it. You can choose not to do it. Maybe you choose to just do the crops and do the shipments and not worry about all the other stuff to do with it. Maybe you just use the map runners and put all of your gold investment into that. There will be other ways to spend gold in the future. Maybe because you don't want to deal with them, you build up an excess, and then all of a sudden we add the gambling strongbox from PoE 2 or something like that to sink the rest. Who knows? Yeah, we'll see.
Do it so good.
It's a fun strongbox, but that will come to PoE 1. I promise you.
100%.
So, there'll be ways to do it, but we'll feel it out and see how much gold people are getting relative to losing as well a bit, and then see. But the intention here is that if it's feeling annoying and how much you have to deal with it, then we've missed the mark, and we'll probably even adjust things a bit further as well.
Okay, yeah.
But again, like everything, it's up to you, your agency, your choice.
You touched on an interesting point, because I feel like before it wasn't optional because it was there and it was free stuff. So why wouldn't you do it? But now you're actually, both in terms of gold, but also your passive application, are you actually even investing in having those ores appear versus something else? So it's not necessarily just a free thing on top that you're obligated
patch
to do.
notes out
It's
yet?
now a more conscious decision.
I
right?
could see it feeling mandatory, and if it does feel mandatory, then we missed the mark a little
So
bit
you
for sure.
you want to avoid that.
I don't want it to feel so mandatory, but that being said, I also wouldn't want it to feel so terrible that you never want to engage with it. So there's always a fine line to hit. And
But there's stuff you can only get from there, so there's always going to be that.
Yeah,
element.
for sure. If you want to get the tattoos and rune grafts, and some of
Mhm.
those rune grafts, a lot of them are like pretty crazy off-build stuff, and there's a good set of like chase ones in there, and there's some pretty crazy stuff in there to get. But I think it's a better system. I like the idea that now Settlers is giving 2 different passive tree mechanics that can coexist
Tattoos,
as the
runes,
rewards, aside from obviously recombinating and map running and stuff. But as opposed to like just the freaking insane enchants that you were getting on your weapons
So
before.
the enchants are gone then.
Did they say anything about normal recombinating?
They were a little bit much on the power creep axis. It was kind of just a bit crazy, but I wouldn't say that we won't see some sort of weapon enchant system back in the future.
Yeah.
And
Played
we're
with
a
the idea
bit more
before.
regulated and stuff like that. But because there's room for that, there's design space for that. But we never know what form. But I like that Settlers is where you go to get your alternate passive tree stuff. I think for changing masteries and changing nodes, I like that as the the reward from it.
It was a pretty funny reveal of the live reveal of the recombination changes because everyone was like, "Oh no, you did it! You got rid of the old one and replaced it with this." But then obviously the old one's still there.
We're here seeing all of the L's, and then I'm like, "Don't worry, they'll come back. They'll come back. It's all right."
It was very entertaining from our perspective.
So that's all right. And then all of a sudden, L's www saved. I love it. I pretty thoroughly enjoy watching chat. Yeah.
So you kept the old version of recombination. Is that changed or nerfed in any way, or is that just as it was?
The old way, I can't speak to that with an absolute certainty, and I would have to talk to, one of the main designers dealing with that. But I did say like we should pretty much keep it the same, and if there is a change, it needs to be like very much justified. It's not like
Yeah.
People like it for a reason. Like keeping it alongside the other one and then gutting it is obviously not not the play. You may as well have not kept it at that point. So yeah, it was certainly the intention that we keep it. It's still a favorite. Like if anything, I would be okay with making things more expensive. So it's a little bit harder to use at the top end when you're doing like the very. I think that is maybe the thing we concluded when you're interacting with a lot of the really special modifiers that you normally can't get on items. We're making it a bit more expensive. But I don't think that was a huge constraint anyway,
Not a
unless you
barrier
were
for the people doing it
you were
usually.
going to it. Yeah, sure. So I would prefer to do something like that instead of nerfing the power of it at this point. And I'm like 99% sure we didn't nerf the actual functionality of it. But I'll verify, and if that is the case, I will let the community know afterwards.
Okay. On the topic of gold, an ongoing thing has been that gold is very present from the core Atlas mechanics and certain things, but other things just literally don't drop it. You do Blight or whatever and you just don't get gold, or, Sanctum just doesn't get gold. That's obviously a separate topic, but is this something that has been normalized across the game? Do you want players to be in a position where they can't use it?
We are making some adjustments. So like when we did that, obviously we went through the entire game, of which there is a lot, and specifically we're like, do this, too much gold, lower, and we had penalties and increases all over the place, and a bunch of stuff was too low. Some stuff is, and I wouldn't say it's too high. It was actually probably relatively nice mostly. There was just a bunch of stuff that's just dead. And it is our intention for that to not be the case. So yeah, we do want to increase those. I don't know how much they'll necessarily increase by, but it is something that is on our radar 100%.
Good, right?
So.
Yeah, okay, great. Because
Heist is a good example.
Yeah, I think the most compelling argument I heard in favor of like making sure that those had access to gold was for the player who wanted to focus on just that. They just wanted to heist.
100%.
They can't currency exchange.
Shooting me is
100%. It isn't. It is just like let's say it is already a relatively divisive league, and then also the gold sucks. It's easy to perceive that as dead. So yeah. It look, there are some things where we maybe make an intentional decision because they are like too rewarding to be like it's not a place you're going to get a lot of gold, Sanctum, and then when we're like okay, which we'll make some changes too, but then you have the things like Heist, where I would say it isn't that regard, and it's just like why is the gold bad here? And it's like, we just missed the mark. So
yeah. Oh, well, I guess since we brought it up, the Anti-Sanctum Alliance has been constantly messaging me, asking about, whether Sanctum's going to see any changes in terms of just kind of how much raw currency it prints early league for like a low investment for like really knowledgeable players, giving them such a massive advantage over less ones. Obviously, that's always the case, but it seems to a severe magnitude.
I don't have the exact changes because they're literally we're like going to do them today or Monday, but like. Which I know seems crazy. So they're not like massive grand rework, but at least for now, we're certainly going to give it less of the edge it has. I don't exactly know what form, but it's not going to have. It's not just going to be untouched. In terms of like a grander future, like I would like to shift away from it just being pure regular currency and move into something where it has its own item and own reward mechanic that has some sort of interaction with something. Like almost every league has something special, and that one is just like obviously it's got a relic meta system, but it's just like here's some uniques, here's a different style of gameplay, but just like here's all the currency. So then it becomes very quantifiably better or worse than just like core game. And obviously very, very early, it's very strong. And then, maybe juicing catches up, but then, it obviously gets a little bit crazy. And different axes, you get a lot more uniques, a lot more different things. But it's still, it's just that there's very easily quantifiable thing where it's like a very good strategy if you know what you're doing, especially very early on, as you're saying. But it needs its own thing. It 100% needs its own thing. So, but at least for now, it doesn't have to be as good as it is for how easy it is to do so. So we'll make some changes. I just don't know the exact specifics. And as a result, they won't be in the patch notes today. It will be in another coming soon section because it is. Yes.
Great.
I mean, again, I'm not. Why would we not stop? Why would we stop developing now? We have another week
before. It's like, what are we going to do? Sit around and twiddle your thumbs? Exactly. Sounds good. With the like big changes to Betrayal, which look phenomenal, that's obviously like a big overhaul for that and something that was really long awaited. It does kind of make me want to ask, like, do you have like another one that you're really looking forward to giving a similar treatment? I hear a lot of feedback about like quality of life around Bestiary, for example, being not where people want it.
That is on our radar. There's I know for like itemizing beasts and improving the quality of life there is a little bit annoying. Maybe more than a little bit. But, like talking about like the Sanctum reward as an example, there's some others, like I'd love to give, Blight a bit of an overhaul. I'd love to, do something with Delve. It's just all those, there's probably more that once I actually look at the full list, I'll be like, here's some obvious ones.
Delve mentioned.
Look, these things fall out of popularity, they fall out of favor, they get outdated, they become old, like
legacy of a decade.
It's what happens. But the good thing is, much like with Betrayal, we circle back and give it a whole fresh coat of paint, new rewards, new systems, new interactions, step forward the storyline and evolve it into a mini
I have no idea what you missed.
As an
I've been zoned out.
There's all these kinds of things that are completely things we could do. So like, purely hypothetical. Maybe you're now later on you're just delving and oh my god, there were the 3 cities and now there's a 4th city with a 4th boss and you have what is this thing I'm fighting?
100% confirmed.
Again, now because hypotheticals have to become realities.
100% confirmed. Also, just like the Blight overhaul coming next week, and in my mind, you didn't even say it, but like temples are getting reworked. So I was like, you didn't even say it, but I said that in my mind, and now it's true. So. I'll hold you to that.
Cannot confirm nor deny.
Phenomenal. Some rapid fire quality of life things to kind of follow on from the Bestiary mention. We have like the ID all things in your inventory from PoE2. Love it. Would love to see it in Path of Exile 1. Any reason why it couldn't be a thing or wouldn't be a thing?
What?
Do you hate it?
Do
you hate my hands?
I can't remember what.
Control click at an NPC and
it's on my list. It's still on my list. It's I had my here's all the quality of life stuff. It was like there was a section where it's like to discuss later again, and I put it in that, and I actually genuinely cannot remember why it wasn't just immediately and obviously doable.
Yeah, it seems like the thing if you want to do, you'd be like, yes, do it. So I assumed something up.
There was one thing that was like blocking me from just being like, 100% just do it. I just can't remember what it was, but it's a thing we can get around and make happen for sure. But like, yes, the being able to go to town and ID all was very useful, and hideout as well was an extreme upgrade that I liked. So,
well, tell me who whatever Dev is working on, then I'll go make them lunch or something so they can focus.
I'll take you to them afterwards.
Good,
you have to now, because if I'm going to be held to things I'm saying, you're going to now buy them lunch. So,
okay, I'll see what I can do. Some of the older bosses with phases, Chimera is the one that stands out to me. Is like
immunity phases.
Yeah, just like really long immunity phases. In Chimera. They feel quite dated at this point.
Katarina got the same treatment, where it's just like, oh, okay, like maybe like 40 immunity phases is just a bit much. It's not. I don't know what the number was. It wasn't that, but like it was just a bit much. But yeah, a lot of those are going to need a bit of overhaul as well. It's hard to justify going back and spending a lot of time on that, but there's sometimes a very easy things we can do, because instead of doing that, we could just be making a brand new boss that's like way more epic, way more fun, and fits into a more modern and core thing. Whereas like some of those are just like very high in game, get some fragments. It's one boss of 4 that then gets to a pinnacle, and like you want your pinnacles to be good. You certainly want your end of line bosses like Katarina to be good, and having as many immunity phases as it was just doesn't hold up now. Like I would say it didn't even really hold up then either. It just, again, it takes you to really back out of the new stuff and go back and look at the thing to go, what is actually wrong with this, and look through everything and go, oh yeah, there's actually more bad here than I thought. And then you go through and fix it all and change it all and revamp it all and do it again X years later.
It's been a while since we talked about this, but with a discussion about gold and the currency exchange, I feel like it's worth revisiting. Just like, how do you feel that the old trade manifesto holds up from way back in the day? Like now, in light of,
I would say that the currency exchange, like, kind of definitely shows that there's it's not like we didn't know there wasn't demand for instant trade, right? But the currency exchange definitely helped things a lot, and I know that we still want to do more stuff. Like I've kind of talked a little bit before about how there's other things we want to do, and I still think we want to do it. The main thing is that like the gold allows us to make it so that there can be a cost that isn't the cost of having to do the actual trade with individual other people. And so I do think there is a world where we can go to where we can have a different system. We'll probably prototype that in PoE 2 first, I reckon, where we still don't have a permanent standard economy that, in PoE 2 we've got an economy that will exist forever, but that's not going to be standard, right? Because that'll be the early access economy that will stick around. So we've still got an opportunity here to completely damage the economy without while being able to recover from it.
I know from my perspective, when the currency exchange came out, I was like, after we played, and it was such a relief of friction that I was like,
you were like, oh, this is all we ever need.
Maybe this is enough. And then now after, and obviously then it started coming back a little bit. Then playing 020 on PoE 2, and then going and trying to trade for more items, I was like, I'm reminded of all the frustrations. I'm like, we definitely need more than just the currency exchange.
Yes, instant buyout.
I would say we scoped it out. We wanted to see if it was better enough, and then I was just like getting beyond angry trying to trade. And I'm like,
dude, you trade with PoE 2 people, and it's like you lose 3 chromosomes in 10 minutes.
PoE 2 because of more new players.
So what I found in PoE 2, a fun little trade thing, is when I first started, people didn't know, go to, you invite them, they come to your hideout.
Basic etiquette
and I'm like,
stuff.
Are you coming? What's going on? And then they're sitting in Act 2 town, just like waiting for me, and I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. No one knows that you just go to your hideout. That's a new thing to have to learn.
Oh, and it's shifted as well. Like weird new kind of like things of like culture things have grown out of that. Just like kind of independently from different like new people versus pre-existing PoE players, and it's become a strange little thing.
Real fun to watch, eh?
It's an interesting little social experiment thing going on, isn't there? But I think I think what you've touched on there is that it does just kind of raise the question of like, oh, where should the friction be? The friction being in gold feels really good, I think.
That is exactly the thing that we would prefer, right? The thing that's going to be the question is that if gold is the only friction, it still needs to be that the cost of it is enough. So the thing that the trade manifesto talks about basically is you get this issue with you don't get it with currency. So doing it for currency is actually fine because currency, you know, it acts as a sink. Like, it is currency, so it's okay to have like fluid trade for that. When you start getting into items, then you start to have that issue where the stuff at the top is worth like astronomical amounts, and the stuff at the bottom is worth nothing. And like any trade will cause that, but the easier trade is, the more you get that. So you've kind of got this, like, you know, if trade like it was very hard, you get like a flat line. You turns into more of an exponential growth curve as you as trade becomes easier and easier. So effectively, you just have to make sure that we're hitting the right point. And what I worry about, and this is one of the things as well, if we first do something like this, we're probably going to have to price the gold cost pretty high as a starting point,
sure, yeah.
and then kind of maybe back it off as we see like what the effect is, because if gold is the only barrier, then you're going to see those that kind of issue.
Well, gold's like a direct kind of translation of your like play time / play
Exactly,
quality,
and
your efficiency
so
to that trade capacity.
So the fact
right?
that it works that way, where it's effectively carried, like bound to you, effectively means that we can use it this way, and that's kind of the difference between us and other games. So I think it will work, but it's like, we're just going to have to be very careful. 100%.
Because I 100% get like the concern about it, because this is about like what you're actually putting on your character and circumventing whether you actually do any gameplay for that. But this makes it so that you are doing gameplay for that, and it's an alternate method. And
so we have to be careful, especially in the early game, where, you know, if you can just get something that some high level player just doesn't care about anymore, so they sell it for nothing. And then but it costs you, but it effectively costs, you know, it sort of needs to cost you something. So we just have to make sure we're getting that right. So when we do it, it'll, you know, we're gonna have to be very careful around that stuff for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, even if it was just kind of like you can only really like realistically do a couple items a day, then it's not your bulk trading kind of method.
Can be,
it exists alongside the existing one or something like that. That could be a prototype for it. So it seems like it feels possible now, whereas before it was like no way, never. That's crazy.
It is possible now for sure. It is possible.
Which is it's just I'm excited to see what you do to experiment with that. Mark seems keen.
Won't be too far away, I think.
Bloody
but,
AFK people.
As I said, I'm pretty sure we're gonna prototype it in PoE 2 first.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Where we've got you know, a bit more leeway there.
Like you said, I mean, that shows a bit of like a love and sanctity to Path of Exile 1 there for the people maybe concerned that you don't care about it.
Right, I guess so. Yeah.
And just one more note: and all you people who are listing items,
here he goes, rant time,
and then you're not even AFK. You're in a map, and you're just not replying.
Don't list it for that price if you don't want to sell it.
Please
Stop it.
Please. Or actually, no, you're going to keep going now, because then you're going to have more drive to get this new system implemented. So, yeah, it backfires.
Ban them, Mark.
There is
Do it. Ban them.
Make trade as bad as possible to motivate
No,
you guys.
we're not having some accelerationist concept here. That's terrible.
And that is the note that we'll wrap up the Q&A on today. Thank you very much, folks, for hanging out with us. And thank you, Jonathan and Mark, for answering our questions.
It's time.
I look forward to playing more of Secrets of the Atlas and Mercenaries of Travelers.
Yeah.
Well, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Everyone has fun, and we're back.
Yeah, we're so back. We're so back. So back. See you later, guys.
See you later.
Patch notes? Who's got him? Release the notes. Yeah, surely that's the first thing I'm gonna control F is Archmage. Patch notes. All right. You're not supposed to start on 3 if you say on 3. The supporter packs are there. The supporter packs are there. Shit, I forgot it was $90 for the top league ones now. I don't know, maybe 90-60 is the play? I mean, I don't know, I like the cape on this though. This, oh, there it is, patch notes out. There we go, they're out. Here we go, 3.26 patch notes. Here we go, first thing, Archmage. Archmage, a 3% nerf. 3% nerf. Power Siphon, 54% effectiveness at added damage nerf. Attack speed buff though. Trickster, let's see, Trickster. Polymath now provides 2% more damage for each mastery, and then Escape Artist, Energy Shield nerf. Okay. So basically, Trickster still OP. Trickster still OP, okay. Hierophant. Sanctuary of Thought Ascendancy passive no longer provides 25 mana reservation efficiency or 50% less mana cost skills, and now provides 1% mana regen per second. What? Why did the Hierophant get hit harder than Trickster? I mean, okay. I guess Archmage is... That's pretty big hit for Archmage. Maybe there's some other Trickster stuff? I don't know, maybe they nerfed hybrid bases. Oh well. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Okay, okay. Yep, already know all this. Already know all that. Actually, there's some new thing. Okay. Yeah, channeling support. This thing looked OP. It was like 60% damage for channeling. Shaper Exalt, Elder Exalt. Memory Strand thing. Orb of Unraveling. Consume memory strands up to 8 tiers. Orb of Intention. Okay. 20 new uniques. 5 new div cards. Pause anytime. Rogue Harbor. Access through a pin on the world map once you've traveled there once. Oh, you can slash heist. Max numbers of players in the Rogue Harbor has been halved. Holy, people with potato PCs are saved. Message is now output to chat whenever the nameless seer reflecting misspawns randomly on a map. Guild offers has been now cancelled unaccepted invites to the guild. Endgame changes. Players can no longer gain or lose XP in boss zones. Alice memories have been removed. Existing items been... Damn, dude, those were cool though. Alice memories have been removed. Existing items will be deleted upon logging in, and existing memories on your Alice have been removed. Dude, these should have got more love. These things should have got more love, dude. These should have been a League mechanic. What were they? They like came out when Calandra came out, I think. They should have been the mechanic, not Calandra. New red tier Curec missions that you might recognize from previous Alice memories. Oh, so they, okay, so it's on Curec missions? Yeah, I mean, I guess the new ones are just memories, juiced memories, but... Breach splinters or encounter automatically collect dropped at the end. Commonly found scarabs now drop at higher stack sizes and higher tier maps, but are found less often. Similar how comic basic currency stack sizes increase the area level. Using an Orb of Horizons on an Elder Guardian of Conqueror map will now also reroll the Guardian or Conqueror to a different one. Yeah. Completing a non-unique map a tier lower than it is naturally found no longer grants map bonus. Wait, it did this before? Huh. Further improve level generation of blighted maps so that they fail to open less often again. Okay, what's on the Atlas? Adding Acid Caverns, Air Lake, Arsenal, Bazaar, Canyon. Okay, nice. Canyon, Conservatory, Core, Frozen Caverns, Ghetto, Grey Trough, Iceberg, Ivory Temple, Laboratory, Pools, Park. Oh, Park, big one. Park's big one. Tower is good. Waste Pool's okay, I guess. Waterways, Wharf. Okay, there's some decent ones there. So I feel like it's been forever since Primordial Blocks has been. I feel like it's been like 3 years. There's gonna be some deaths in there. Following maps removed. Academy. This might be the best change. Academy is the worst map in the game. Burial chambers, cage, caldera, carcass, cells. You know, I actually don't really mind cells too much. Crater, courthouse, coves. Oh. Desert, dry sea fields, fungal hollow, gardens, graveyard, haunted mansion, infested valley, lair, lookout marshes, pit, port, relic chambers, residence, fire lair. Okay, so I'd say it's about even on good ones added and bad ones, or good ones removed. Yeah, still got City Square. Not bad, not bad. Map tiers shuffled. Okay. Alice passive tree changes. Alice passive skills that provide additional chance for your maps to contain a master or extra content can be turned off through Alice passives. Now also causes scarabs in your map to have an increased chance to be of that type of extra content. Intelligence gathering node has been replaced with new lethal extract. Is this the one that gives you like int every time you do a thing, like 10 intelligence for every safe house or whatever? As executing immortal syndicate members to grant intelligence of their current division equal to 2 times their current rank. Okay. I don't know what current division means, but sure. Stray Narrow notable passive has been replaced with new Minor Striker, which prevents ore deposits and Calgar and Scarabs from appearing in your maps. Oh, it just means like where they are. Okay. Settlers added to the core game. God damn it. After almost a year of building, John is finally finished. Satisfied with upgrades made to King's March. God damn it, dude. Yeah, still get tattoos, rune graphs, which like replace your mastery, kind of like a mastery tattoo. Those are cool. Previous method of recombination is still available if you'd prefer to leave it up to fate, combining two items randomly with no risk of destroying items, though this is the less predictable method. Does that mean it's not nerfed, dude? Unless the success rate on these is on the like the PoE 2 way is actually good. I don't do. I swear, if it's alt spam league again, dude. Oh my god. Did they say it's nerfed in video? I hope so. Halgurin scarabs. Yeah, passive nodes. Wait. Common items with rarity dropped by possessed monsters maps have 25% chance to be converted to thaumaturgic dust. Sulfite found in your maps is granted as a random ore instead at 25% of the value. Life force found in your maps is granted as a random crop instead at 300% of the value. You said it wasn't nerfed? I don't know. I just hope the PoE 2 way is better. If I have to alt spam again, I will shit my pants and eat it. There are now 5 job rankings for King's March workers, previously 10. Adjusted banana to more closely match the size of the Calguran version. What? Okay, here's the question. Do you think the chicken in King's March will still crash you? That is the question. Betrayal rework. Mastermind separate from betrayal. Save as mechanic. Defeating the boss no longer reset state. Got a boss fragment. Mastermind fight improved. Fewer immunity phases. New rewards. New veiled modifiers on Mastermind uniques. They said they fixed it, but they actually did not fix the chicken. It still crashes you sometimes. Katarina can now drop all flame embers. So are all flames just from Katarina? Dude, it's looking like a betrayal farming league to me. Katarina no longer drops veiled items with exclusive mods. It's now exclusive to the unique she can drop. Now drops rare double veiled items. Yeah, it's looking like a big betrayal league. The amount of save house intelligence obtained for choices made after defeating syndicate members has been lowered. Time it takes to reach a safe house overall longer than before. Once you get your hands on the safe house leader, your only option now is to execute them. Well, no love lost there. Veiled orbs, veiled chaos orbs are back. Safe house leaders chance to drop veiled chaos orbs. Save overrides completely rebalanced. Yeah, that would be pretty interesting. Veiled crafts are on the Atlas. 41 new recipe objects with unlocked veiled modifier crafting recipes on your crafting bench. Some veiled recipes have been combined with pre-existing that unlock normal. Don't have to speak to June. Removing rivalries in the syndicate is no longer an option offered when deciding what to do with defeated members, even though new option to remove all rivalries in the current division. Bargaining with syndicate members can now give multiple scarabs veiled items fewer currency. Hold on, I'll get there. I'm almost to skills. Player balance. Intensity stacks are now lost every 0.5 seconds while moving. Previously 0.25. Yo, that's another Blade Blast buff. Arcane Surge now provides 20% increased cast speed, previously 10. Alright. Anime Guardian. If your animated guardian dies, you cannot summon it again in that area, but they keep their items. Bane of Condemnation. Still probably bad. Blade Blast of Unloading. 5% more damage per blade, vortex blade, all levels. That might be a build, dude. That might be my second build. I haven't played it because like it just looks like way less damage than normal Blade Blast, and I might get it pretty close. Okay. Blade Flurry, 20% attack speed buff. Doesn't look crazy. Blade Trap of Great Swords. 40% effectiveness buff, 6-second cooldown, previously 8. Blade Flurry. Got a 5% more damage for each stage. Got a little bit of effectiveness buff. Quite now, 20% more damage at max stages previously, 5% more damage hits per stage. I don't know how many stages you get on that. Blade Vortex of the Scythe. I don't even know. I've never seen that used. Big damage buff base. I mean, those are some, so I got a 0.4 cast time, but 300% effectiveness of added damage, previously 200. Bigger duration, bigger damage. Body Swap of Sacrifice. 5% minion max life buff. Blight, little bit of buff. Blight of Contagion, little bit of buff. Bone Shatter of Carnage buff. Now it's 20% increase AoE per 0.1, previously 15. Burning Arrow, the HP scaling one. Ooh, went up 8%. And 5% more attack speed. That might be good. Maybe. That might be good. No. Crackling Lands, Cold Snap, Contagion, Cyclone. 10% movement speed buff, 14% effectiveness buff. More area. Well, it's still gonna do no damage, but it'll have a bigger AoE. Death Aura. Death's Oath, 25% buff. Oh, here we go. Deity of Chain Reaction, a little bit of a flat damage buff. Okay, a big flat damage buff, and 65% effectiveness of added damage. Okay, it's dead. It's DD is dead, guys. We get it. We get it. Detonate Dead is dead. It is actually an unplayable skill now, okay? It's gone. It's dead. Detonate Dead is dead for sure this time. Divine Ire, 5% effectiveness buff. 75 more flat damage, 10% per stage damage. I got a little bit of a pretty substantial buff there, I think. No, I don't know. I think DD is actually dead this time. Cause I think the last playable version of DD is like cock and you just get flat damage. I think that kills that. DD is, I think that's it. That's the final nail in the coffin. And it nerfs the Archmage one too. I think it's yeah, it's dead. It's dead. Essence Drain now deals 91.14276.1. What is that? Oh, that's supposed to be a dash? Wait, dude, I'm so confused. 91.1 to 4200. Okay. Yeah, okay, so the high end is 4200. Essence Drain is getting close to being pretty decent. It just needs another like 30% or something. Sanguinate, flat damage buff. Fire Trap nerf. Dude, RF actually nerfed. RF actually got nerfed, dude. Flame Dash of Return buff login. Frostblades. Proj now deals 30% less damage with hits and ailments. Why? Frostblades is already a dog shit skill. Why it already didn't do damage? Frostblades of Catabasis is okay, wow. From 409 effectiveness to 240, holy. Okay, I don't know why they nerfed the regular one though. Holy Flame Totem can now target enemies 33% further with Holy leveling buff. Holy Flame Totem leveling buff. Ice Nova Frostbolts can now expand from up to 2 Frostbolt proj, previously 4. It no longer has 25% less AoE when cast on Frostbolt. And then it has a base radius nerf. Okay, yeah, that's big Archmage nerfs. Archmage Ice Nova is dead. Archmage Ice Nova, dead. Big dead. Maybe I should like... Archmage Pyro... I need to like put a... Dead. Ice Nova dead. What else is there? Frostblades dead. What did I miss? Let me write this down for a video or something. Detonate, dead. Dead. Okay, yeah, that's I think that's the big ones. No lightning conduit change. Lightning strike. Now deal 50% less damage with hits and ailments proj. Okay, I mean it's probably not dead, but it's probably not dead, but that's big. I don't know, it's kind of big. Okay. Lightning tendrils. Buffed. Molten Strike. Proj now deals 60% less damage with hits and ailments. Previously 50. Why was Molten Strike nerfed, dude? Come on, man. Why was regular Molten Strike nerfed? Molten Strike Zenith. Proj now deals 60% less damage with hits and ailments. Previously 50 every 5th attack. Now deals 600% more damage with hits and ailments. Previously, okay, so like, okay, so regular Molten Strike, which was pretty bad already, just got nerfed. But Molten Strike of the Zenith is still gonna be really good because it did like 800 million damage before. So what does it matter if you're doing 500 million instead of 800 million? Like, Molten Strike Zenith is still OP. Why would you nerf the normal one? Okay, yeah, Power Siphon, 50% effectiveness, but it gets big attack speed now. Reap buffed the Fizz DOT. Hey, don't spoil it, I'm almost there. Maybe. Scourge Arrow. 13% effectiveness buff. Why did they nerf the leveling with Scourge Arrow? Okay. Holy, big siphoning trap buff. Soul Rend, a little bit of a buff. Spellslinger now has a base reservation of 20% at all gem levels from 25%. That might make it, maybe it's okay now, I don't know. Maybe. Splitting Steel, projectiles can no longer return. Alright, that skill is dead. Okay, Splitting Steel is dead. Storm Burst. A little bit of a cast time buff. Wait. Chaos Golem now grants chaos damage resistance, replacing the oh my god. They don't give... Why? Physical damage, I mean, I never used it anyways, but... Alright. It looks like, alright, we got some golem buffs across the board. AoE on Flame Golem. Ice Golem, bigger crit, flat accuracy, lightning, attack and cast speed, and then flat mana regen. That might be kind of nice. SRS of Enormity, his Cuglorf build. Minions now have 78% crit multi at gem level 20. Pauline has more moves. Only Cuglorf buffed. Void Sphere Rending. AoE buff. Pulse buff. Wasn't that okay? People talk about Void Sphere Rending a lot. Is like actually an okay build that just got better now, or like, you know, is it actually good, or is it some meme build people like Flicker Strike? Vortex. Effectiveness added damage buff. Flat damage buff. Flat cold damage per second buff. DOT buff. Winter Orb. 20% effectiveness buff. Flat buff. Only max of 8 stages, previously 10, and then 25% or 30% increased duration per stage. 125% more projectile frequency while channeling, and 20% increased projectile frequency per stage, previously 15. Yeah, I don't know if that makes it playable. I don't know. I still don't know. It's probably not great still, I would guess. Vol skill changes. Vol Lightning Strike loses like 30%-ish of its effectiveness. Oh, actually more like 50 at level 20. Okay, support gem changes. Support Arcane Surge support skills now deal 35% more spell damage while you have Arcane Surge at gem level 20, previously 25, due to actually caster buffs. Arcane Surge now grants 30% regen and 20% increased cast speed at all gem levels. Previously 30 to 58 and 10 to 20. Wait, oh. Oh, okay. Well. Archmage 3% nerf. From 19% down to 16. Yeah, I don't even know what you'd play with Archmage now if, like, Archmage is theoretically still playable. You're just not gonna do it on, like, not gonna do it with Ice Nova, and you're probably not doing it on Hyro. Awakened Spell Echo. Cost buff. No longer cause support skills to deal 10% less damage. Oh, shit. I mean, actually pretty good caster buffs here. 5% or 33% less damage from Awakened Unleash, previously 38. Oh yeah, I guess Ball Lightning of Orbiting. Yeah, that's true. I even have a video on that one. I don't know how you deal with the Archmage mana cost gonna be rough now. Greater Spell Echo, okay. Infused Channeling. While channeling support still, you now take 12% less damage from hits, previously 8. Intensify, 16% more damage, up from 14. Pinpoint, 10% less damage from 16%. Returning Proj, 66% less damage from 61%. Sacrifice, 54% added chaos from 44. Spell Echo, regular Spell Echo doesn't deal 10% less damage now. Okay, that's good. Unleash also buffed. My build. Cyclone back? No, Cyclone's dog shit. Berserker. The Defy Pain Ascendancy passive has been reworked and now causes you to gain Defiance for 10 seconds on losing life to an enemy hit no more than once every 0.3 seconds. It also causes you to gain 3% of missing unreserved life before being hit by an enemy per Defiance and causes you to lose all Defiance when you... Berserker playable now? Is Berserker playable now, dude? What? Built-in Defiance of Destiny? Berserker may be playable. Blitz Ascendancy replaced with Gore Drinker or Gore Dancer, which grants 30% of your life leech is instant, requires Aspect of Carnage. Zerker is looking very playable. Flawless Savagery has been replaced with new notable Ancestral Fury, which causes your strike skills to also target the previous location they were used. I mean, hey, it's better than nothing. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I guess the other nodes on Berserk are good. I don't know. Maybe. Champion. Oh, what did they do to Champion now? The Fortitude Ascendancy now causes you to have your maximum fortification, previously 15, and nearby is counted as having 4 equal to yours. Oh shit. Champion's back, boys. Unstoppable Hero Ascendancy no longer causes allies count as having fortify equal to you. It now grants 3% more armor and evasion per fortification above 20 and 3% increased tackle speed per fortification above 20. Dude, Champion's back. The Conqueror Ascendancy skill has been replaced with new worthy causes that grants having placed a banner does not prevent you gaining value, and banner skills 50% increased duration. Champion playable again? Champion playable? Guardian. The Harmony and Purpose Ascendancy passive skill has been reworked. Now causes you to gain a random shrine buff every 10 seconds. Unwavering Faith has been reworked and now grants 50% increased reservation efficiency of skills. Hierophant. Sanctuary of Thought Ascendancy passive no longer grants 25% mana reservation efficiency or 50% less mana cost. It now provides. Dude, what did. Oh. I feel like it now provides regenerated 1% of mana per second. That's just like a spit in the face, dude. Holy. Saboteur. New skill which causes projectiles that have 50% chance to return you and prod to be fired in random directions. New notable explosives expert. Which one's that? Oh, that's that's crit multi, crit chance, and pen. Which causes your crit chance to be lucky, damage with hits to be unlucky. Well, that note's crazy. Trickster. Yeah, I already looked at Trickster, but Trickster's still good. Trickster's still good. Unless there's an Ephemeral Edge nerf. Well, I mean, Power Siphon is nerfed. I don't know, we'll see. Elementalist. Shaper of Storm's Ascendancy passive skill no longer has 25% more effective lightning elements you inflict with hits if damage. Highest damage type is lightning. Now, as shocks from your hits always increase damage by at least 25%. Okay. Shaper of Winter causes enemies chilled by your hits lessen their damage dealt by half of chill effect, and enemies chilled by your hits have damage increased by chill effect. Oh, that's pretty good. It's that ring. Shaper of Flames no longer has 5%. Enemies ignited by you convert 40% of their fizz to fire. Holy shit. Elementalist is a real ascendancy now, dude. Elementalist is a real ascendancy. I called it, dude. I called it with my Elementalist run I've been doing. Elementalist is a real ascendancy now. Okay, why are people talking about running Chaos Golem after it got nerfed? Is it like softcore people who are just gonna use it to band-aid fix their Chaos res instead of actually just fixing it? Because it's actually just nerfed. PDR is way better than Chaos res. PDR is like 1,000,000,000,000 times more valuable. Nobody played. Dot multi is still not going to be played. Elemancer passive has been replaced. New notable Bringer Room, which grants and 60%. Okay. Wait, is that the Golem then? No. Wait, yes. Elemental is looking pretty good. Except it kind of has the problem where if you don't hit the enemy, you're gonna die. But I guess that's not a problem if you just hit everything. Ooh, the elemental inverted monster resistance nerfed to 15%. Instant leech mastery down to 5%. Ooh, and a new wand mastery, 25% increased mana reservation efficiency of skills supported by Spellslinger. Dude, Spellslinger might actually be good now. Might actually be playable. It is possible. It is possibly good. That's a lot of reservation stuff for it. Yeah, double Spellslinger buff. Cane of Kulamak can now rarely be found with 4 veiled mods. Devouring Diadem no longer provides +1 level of socketed gems. Oh, here we go. Ephemeral Edge, unique sword has attacks with his weapon have added max lightning damage equal to 10 to 15% of the player's max energy shield previously 20. Okay, it's still okay. Um, Ralakesh's impatience now one of either. Count as having max number of endurance charges, frenzy, or power charges. They also now have 15 to 25% increased move speed, immune to corrupted blood. What, so that means it's like a roll? Where if it's just gonna have one of these and it's gonna be like a roll, which one you get? Yeah, I mean, that's pretty dead. I mean, it could be worse. It could be worse. Could definitely be worse. Wait. Div Scare with Plenty now causes an area to have 3 additional packs of Div Touch monsters that have 1000% chance to drop Div cards, previously 800%. Wait, weren't these Giga OP anyways? Or was this like OP and then it got nerfed? Okay, I think it was like OP and then they changed it and now it's not, right? Titanic Scarab Legend, limit of 1. Drop chance of Orbs of Regret has been lowered. Chance has been distributed across the other currency items that can drop. Scepters, stave, rune daggers, and wands now roll attack modifiers less often. That could be good. This is kind of a bitch early on. Wait, life and mana leech modifiers on equipment items and jewels now roll suffixes instead of prefixes. Those weren't suffixes? Wait, what? I thought those were suffixes. Resistance modifiers can no longer roll or be crafted on weapons. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, it's probably, dude, there's gonna always be like remembering things from PoE 2 that I thought was PoE 1, but it's actually PoE 2. The Redeemer's prefix for Fizz taken as cold no longer is higher than expected values. Damn it, I bug abused that the entire league. I abused that literally the entire league. They nerfed all the Fizz taken as on the Conqueror stuff on helmets except for Redeemer for some reason. It was like 6% higher. AoE area damage, prod speed, prod damage. Now roll on gloves instead of amulets. That's bad, isn't it? It is bad. Dude, the Kalandra Prod Street amulets, dude. Those are cool. I literally never used it, but they were cool. Veiled mods for area gems, pierce, low proj. Can no longer roll on gloves. Just helmets. Hybrid added LE damage veiled. Can now roll on amulets in addition to... Okay, re-enabled good div cards. Any winter orb enjoyers? I don't know. Do you think that's really enough to make it good? Well, I guess if you're playing on a giga budget, it's probably fine. Not a poor people build. Wait, no fucking way. As Miri monsters located around ritual altars can no longer drop omens. Are you kidding me? You have to actually do the ritual now to get the omen? Why? Why, dude? I don't like doing those. Kirak lead mods, all cheaper. Or mostly cheaper-ish. Half cheaper. Essence, dude, Essence nerfed again. It has one less Essence in the map. Dude, they really are shitting on Essence. Buffed Rogue Exiles. Buffed Harbinger. Legion buffed.
Still one of the best doing it, kiddo. Great job.
Hey, thanks for the 2-year resub, Dad. Map device has a rucksack. Yeah, I got the currency thing on boxes. Remember text and vendors. Attempting to build or upgrade a Blight Tower now pauses the game when using a controller. That sounds kind of annoying, actually.
Dad, wait for me, hang on.
Yeah, thanks to the 4-year resub paper. When multiple league actions are bound to the same input, the game will now attempt to trigger each action order until one succeeds rather than attempting the first action bound to the input. I don't know what the use of that or what the use case is there. Like, I don't really know what that's doing. I don't know, I've been kind of lazy with the weather reports because I gotta like move shit behind me and you know, I don't know. But maybe, I don't know, we'll see. Search tag boxes, so Red Jack's 250 characters, that's huge change, dude. Bug fixes, what's the funny bug fix someone was talking about? Wait, fix the bug where gladiators more than skill ascendancy passive skills causing lucky blocks to be rolled in additional time. Holy shit. Dude, that's like 99% block chance. How did you die to that? How did you die, dude? It's double lucky. That's gotta be like literally 99%. Thanks for the prime, Rob. Anything else big? Fix the bug where Uhtred could drop a div card in Ruthless. Fix the bug where some monsters weren't always receiving the correct amount of damage reduction. Okay, is this a buff or a nerf to players? That's the question. Chicken is better than steak. That is true. Wait, no, it's not. That's wrong. What the? Ban this guy. I read it backwards. So that is so wrong. It's so wrong, dude. My bad. Okay, I mean, solid patch notes. Let's see. Did I miss anything here? For the big stuff? I think I got most of it. What's on the docket for tomorrow? I don't know. Who knows? I mean, it's Hero Siege tomorrow. I could play that for a day. I don't know. Maybe I just keep doing my SF run. Flowcharts? No. I gotta wait for some people to think of some new builds to put on the flowchart. That doesn't come till like a day before. Tomorrow I stare at POB. Okay, this is what's gonna happen. I'll open POB and I will stare at a build and I'll put it together and it'll be shit. And then I will close it and then I will import Ben's build and say it's my build. How about that? I think that is a good play. Yeah, maybe I steal a build from Uber Dan. I don't know. Does it look like I missed anything here in this list, or did I get all the biggest things? Anything big I lost? Oh god, what'd I do? In terms of like balance, just in general, like character balance. Warb is notable to add. Alright, sure, why not? Winter Orb buffed. I don't know, I guess I can like... Dan has his own channel and it's not that one. Is it really back? No. Is there any big... Any bigger buffs that I missed that might have been pretty big? I don't know. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't like. I think people forget what like. I think people forget golems. Like your golems are never alive. you're no matter how good these golems are, you're not using them. They never are alive. They die instantly every time they spawn. This shit could say double damage and it still wouldn't be good. Well, they don't even get immune to elemental damage anyways. They removed that. That's not even in that node isn't even in the game anymore. They removed that. They removed the big golem node. Oh, did it just get added to the other one? Oh, okay, got it. Okay, never mind. Never mind. It got added to the other one, my bad. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Death's Oath could be the new RF actually. Oh, Fire Trap nerfed. That's a big bad. 15% damage nerfed, which means RF is nerfed. That's Oath, 25% buff. Yeah, I got champion. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of skills here that like might have been on the edge of decent, so like a lot of these buffs are actually pretty good. So maybe there'll be some new builds from these. Yeah, I think Lightning Strike's pretty bad now. Oh, I guess I can put Golem buffs, I guess. Still gonna die instantly. Guys, it has been... Okay, you know it's bad when I start talking like XQC. Guys, it's the same every league. It's this. We've been through this so many times. Paint builds are never on patch notes day. It's always a couple days before the release. Come on, we've been through this like 20 times now, guys. It's always after a couple days, you know, when people get a few days to figure stuff out. Dude, why did they nerf regular Molten Strike? Hey, cool message. Hmm. Is there any other notable... Oh, did I put Splitting Steel? Yes. I mean, I think Penis Brand was pretty bad now, so I don't think it deserved any nerfs. Seen the D4 chat raging about how it's unfair to compare PoE1 expansion to D4 patch. What, like Rax's channel or something? Or was there a campfire chat at the same time? Okay. Holy shit, dude. Dude, Rax got raided from the official PoE channel and logged off? Thanks for the prime Vesum. Dude, if I got rated with however many viewers the PoE channel gets, I wouldn't be logging off for a full 48 hours. I'd go like go crazy. My league starts today if that happens. Not even VODs, dude. I'd whip out some shot glasses and start reading the patch notes 10 times. Thanks for the prime prodigal. Don't like tequila. Come on, dude. Tequila is probably the best hard alcohol, alright? Real talk. Okay, you know what'd be a really good tequila brand? Hear me out. Maybe I should do this. It's tequila, but then it's like there's a picture on the bottle of like some anime girl's sweaty socks. And because tequila, like, it tastes like sweaty socks, right? I think that'd be a hit. I think that'd be a hit. Not true techless. Hey, that's a fancy bottle. I don't know. I definitely... I'd like... Okay, well, I've noticed the alcohols I like the most are the ones I've drank the least. I don't know, I've never had a high-end tequila. So maybe tequila actually is just the best, because I've only had shitty ones too. Any changes I missed? Or like balance. Additional passive skill tree changes to both casters and cold damage are finalizing, so maybe even more caster buffs. Maybe even more. I mean, okay, I guess Guardian buffed. I mean, I don't know, is that Guardian buffed? I guess it's a pretty significant buff. Took 2 useless nodes and made them good, I guess. Colonel E.H. Taylor, what is that, a colonel from fucking Confederate Army? That's what that sounds like. The Glovecraft nerfs? Do you mean the ones where they changed them around from like the veiled ones? Like, that can only go on helmet now? Yeah, I saw that. Guardian Spellslinger? I guess, I don't know, people seem to like Void Sphere Rending. Put that down, Void Sphere of Rending. Buffed. POB the conjured elementals I'm running? Yeah, you type my name into POB and you import it. Hey, they didn't nerf Lancing Steel? I'm surprised Lancing Steel didn't get nerfed. Eh. Nobody really used Reap for the DOT on it anyways. I don't think it really matters. The Fizz DOT skills are all pretty weak for DOT, portion of them. Hmm. Yep. I think I got all the big ones. I put Ice Nova. I think so, yeah. Think I got all the big ones. I guess I could put like things that didn't get nerfed. Or like things that stayed the same. I don't know, there's a lot of changes. Oh yeah, Ice Nova's dead. Ice Nova, big dead. What helmet? I don't know. Okay, what do I do for the boss? If I do the boss race, I guess I guess it's just slams, right? I mean, I don't know what else I would do. I mean, I guess I could still do Trickster. I don't really know what you start on Trickster now. Don't really know what you start on Trickster now, though, to be honest. I mean, maybe you could just eat the power siphon nerf. I don't know. Probably not. Yeah, I'm not playing Slinger as my first character. Unless someone actually cooks something good. But I still don't think it's a starter. I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know what you do with VD. I mean, I just want to do VDDD on Spell Slinger, but that is obviously really dead. I don't even know what you do with Spell Slinger now, actually. I guess you could just kind of use like a cast on crit or something. I don't know, or like a pseudo. Yeah. I don't know. Some kind of, I don't know, something that would get good damage from flat on your weapons and it takes your weapon damage. I don't know. Got no clue. Use it to make lightning conduit 1-button build. Oh. Hmm. You think so? 39-year resub happy? I'll make a thumbnail for this patch note video. Is there a press kit? I need the press kit. Usually it's at the bottom here. Oh, there it is. Give me the press kit. It just has a bunch of images of the league stuff that I use for thumbnails. Like high-res stuff. Like the logo cut out in a PNG already. Hmm. For some reason, it changed my default directory of fucking dude. Oh, the new SST looks sick. Dude, just play the new SST skull. It looks pretty sick. I bet it's better than normal. I'm playing minions if they're good, but it's definitely not a good starter still. Hmm. Okay. I don't know. I don't know if HP even fixes them. I mean, probably. There's a new SST gem, which gets like a trillion projectiles. Hmm. What else? What else? I mean, I think I got most of the major balance changes. I guess Blade Blast of unloading. There's Yeah, okay. A Chaos brand would be cool. Should I check out the new supporter packing game? Dump the notepad in Discord? Yeah, I will if I remember. If I don't, I'm just gonna make a quick video on it and you can see it there anyways. Okay, never mind. I just tried to buy this porter pack and it said their purchases via card are disabled right now. Probably both price. I don't know though. You can play Blade Blast? I mean, it's good. And then if you can get that, the new flask, that'll be sick. What's the base type? Gold flask. Sorry, I don't take money. I know, yeah, Blade Blast should be good. Oh, true. Each explosion drops it. Is that how it works? I haven't yet. I'm not. What is the wording on Blade Blast of unloading? Dude, it's not here? Hmm. Okay, never mind. Not 50%. Damage buff. Still good though. Wait, what is the... Yeah, I guess I get the that RF is OP. I guess every caster is gonna use this, you're right. It was the boots that increased your move speed from your arcane surge effect. Or something. Something like that, anyway. Bingo. Yeah, splitting steel is dead. Dead. Okay, so caster buffs, the support gems, RF of Arcane Devotion, I guess Arcane Surge is buffed. What, is there anything else for just generic casters? Hmm. Only the big one returns in 180s from the last chain. Hmm. I don't know. So what, you get like 10% more damage from the spell echo buff. 25% increased cast speed. Is that enough for normal casters? I don't know. I guess the Arcane Surge too. See you later. Maybe. It's possible. I guess Arcane Surge is actually a good support gem now. 35% more spell damage. I don't think SRS got changed. Oh. Easier to roll caster items. Yes. Hey, thanks for the prime liver slapper. I mean, even with the nerve, Zenith is still OP, isn't it? I mean, like, that shit had stupid damage when you had the full setup. Actually, wait. There's probably no returning prod shit anymore. There's no returning proj craft, right? Like, I guess I guess now you just need a Nimbus. I mean, I guess you just use a Nimbus. I forgot about that. Okay, pretty big nerf. I mean, still playable. Is it worth now? I don't know. What am I doing? Am I just starting slams? I think I'm just starting slams. I think that's FHC play. Oh, that is not what I wanted, dude. I did not want to slam. Son of a bitch. No, slams didn't get like changed at all. I don't know. I mean, I guess I could still go Trickster. I could go Trickster still. Trickster, Ephemeral Edge, Dual Strike. Or Molten Strike. The ice cold thing get nerfed at all. What is that? They killed that sword. What do you mean? It was 5%? You mean Ephemeral Edge is 5% nerf? It's fine. It'll live. You'll do less damage, but you're still gonna be immortal. Well, yeah, but it's fine. This is hardcore, not softcore trade. You're still immortal. It's the Shield Crush Guardian of Bait. I mean, I don't think it was really good before, so now it's a little bit still not very good, but a little bit better. Don't get why RF is allowed to be strong? What do you mean? It's still the fastest build to level 100 right now. It's still the fastest level 100 build. Dude, full mirror crafted Merc. You can't like sell the Mercs or anything, right? Can't sell a Merc with good skills? I mean, you're already selling humans in King's March and whatever. Pretty much. Oh, it was renting, okay. What if I start Essence Drain? I mean, I don't know if you guys saw my T17s with Essence Drain last week, but I mean, it was like a 15% damage buff or something. I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't think Chaos Slinger is gonna be it. I mean, maybe for really early. But defense on an ED, easy, you just go Trickster. Easy. Chicken kebab. I mean, I think it'll actually be like... Well... Eh. With the Trickster nerf, it probably balances out the damage you get from the Essence Drain buff. Yeah, I was punching earlier waiting for the patch notes. Was Elden Ring? Elden Ring Nightmare. I can't believe they didn't nerf Lancing Steel. I was really expecting that. Good luck. Dude, okay. Has anybody played Void Sphere Rending? Was it like already good before the buff? Some people mentioned it, like is it a meme build? Is it actually decent and now, you know, like is it actually good? I think Quantric played it actually. Void Sphere of Rending. I think Quantric played it. Maybe not, or maybe he did, but it wasn't on YouTube. I don't even, oh yeah, Quantric doesn't even make YouTube videos, does he? Okay, here we got Poop Butts 2200. Let's check this out. Poop Butts 2200. Okay, well this is a 4-link. And yeah, it's not looking too hot. Wait. He actually kills this and oh, it's like 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes. I mean, he's on a 4-link. Wait, he has a fucking Driftwood wand. I'm assuming it's just +1. Yeah, okay. Holy, an actual +1 amulet, though. He actually had a +1 amulet. And a +1 shield, okay. Okay, never mind. It's not looking so hot, then. I mean, just imagine this, but like 20% better now or something. I don't know. Yeah, that one's pretty good. Thanks. That's a pretty good one. I'd say that's top 3 for sure. I mean, this is definitely playable, I think. Especially with the buff. Okay, let's see. What's this tier 14 damage? Holy shit. Okay, that's bad. That is not good. Wonder how many loops it took this. This is Void Sphere of Rending. Holy. Just hit 180,000 followers on the dot. Crazy. Now someone's gonna unfollow. Yeah, I don't know. I think I got pretty much everything. Yeah, I don't even know. If I make a Spellslinger POB, that's gonna do 100,000 DPS. Maybe, maybe. Alright. Hey, who unfollowed? Who was it? Yeah, I'm gonna do flowchart. I might do 2 flowcharts. I mean, it's been a while. This might even call for 3 flowcharts. This might call for 3 flowcharts this league. I don't know. I mean, it's been a long time. Might be. Do. Stinky. Raiding? And raiding a cat, probably. Yeah. I don't know, dude. You think the champion slams? We're gonna go champion slams, or you think Berserker's still better? I don't know. How much max fort can you realistically get? Like, you can easily get 27 with Steadfast Wheel. Is that it? $36 well focused. I don't know, Champ's probably playable again. Yeah. Champ is back. Alright. I'll be back tomorrow. PoE 2 notes.